Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shouty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing without a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chain Crewman. Lady Che is in the same room as me. We're waiting on Shabaka to get in the studio. She'll be joining us any second. Shabaka is our West Coast correspondent. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I am the co-executive producer and co-host of. And this is season 3, episode 41, part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News. And we'll be discussing the topics we didn't get to on part 1. And those and additional topics. And those topics include viral buzz, rumors of shadow aliens emerge at Bayside Marketplace in Miami, Tunnel Gate in New York City, no one compiled. Parents outraged at New York City Mayor Eric Adams for removing students from their school to house migrants, i.e. illegal immigrants, illegal aliens. Uncle Ben Carson says that slavery was not a big deal. A video of suspected white supremacist woman, OnlyFans model fighting her African boyfriend she killed is released. Then we have a former Mexican Mafia member who stabbed Derek Chauvin, the killer of George Floyd, pleads not guilty to stabbing. We also just got done celebrating the Honorable Khalid Abdul Muhammad's life and legacy on Friday. So happy belated Khalid Muhammad Day. Then we got Stephen A. Smith's Fiery Rant on Jason Whitlocc. And if we have time, Mississippi, 215 remains unearthed in Paupers Field, and Attorney Ben Carson urges investigation. So we got a stacked deck again tonight. Shout out to the viewers, shout out to Twin, shout out to Deacon, and whoever else will be tapping in as this goes on. So I'm gonna hop right into it. I'm waiting on Shabaka. He should be joining us here any second. But while we're waiting, I'm just gonna hop right into it. Okay, I think it's this one.
I saved hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Liberty, 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 liberty.
Time to crush your doubts and prove that permanent dental implants aren't just strong, but they're also affordable.
Okay, so this is from Lisa Cabrera. And like I said, it says viral buzz. Rumors of shadow aliens emerge at Bayside Marketplace in Miami. Let me get this copyright up. Yeah, copyright. There you go. All right. Yep, shout out to Lisa Cabrera. Yep, shout out to Lisa Cabrera. That's right. So I'm gonna let the video play. Lisa Cabrera's gonna give us an update on what's happening. There was another video. I think it was from the African Diaspora News Channel that I want to play as well about this subject. Okay, I'll be joining us in about 15 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's an alien sighting at Bayside Mall down there in Miami. I think the thing that struck me the most were the amount of police officers that showed up down there. You'll see it on the video. I'm going to show you the video. So a large brawl broke out between teens, causing chaos at Bayside Marketplace in downtown Miami on Monday. However, social media users claim that ensued then there was something more extraterrestrial going on. As the fight drew a heavy police presence to the area that evening, rumors quickly spread on Twitter and other social media platforms that the police weren't there to handle a group of rowdy teens, but rather 8 to 10 feet tall shadow aliens. And I mean, they show something, y'all, but it is so out of focus. You really can't see what it is. So, according to an amateur video posted online, there were moments when a big creature could be seen in plain sight standing in front of the entrance of the mall, causing many online conspiracy theorists to post their take on exactly what happened Monday night. And of course, the memes came and they came and they came. So, y'all, I'm going to show you the video footage that came out of CBS Miami, and I'll be right back with the rest of my commentary.
Aliens invading Miami are going viral on social media.
This is for real, folks. The conspiracy theory stems from a large police presence at Bayside Marketplace on New Year's Day.
Take a good look at your screen. Are those aliens walking in front of Bayside Marketplace in downtown Miami? Online conspiracy theorists are saying that shadowy figure not far from parked Miami police cars appears to be an alien.
Honestly, I think it looks pretty real to me. Alien look pretty chill.
I'd be friends with an alien. I think it'd be pretty cool.
The viral video was allegedly taken during that massive police presence at Bayside on New Year's Day. Crowds of young people armed with sticks began fighting. Police say juveniles were also setting off fireworks that some believed was gunfire, resulting in chaos.
There's a big crowd of people running out of Bayside and kind of grouping up outside. And then we hear more commotion, and now they're all just running through the streets, running between cars, almost getting hit by cars. It was like absolute chaos.
Now, rumors are circulating on social media saying police weren't there to handle a group of rowdy teens, but rather 8 to 10 feet tall shadow aliens.
But the real question is, are they friendly? Are they after us? Are they going to attack us? Are they going to do world domination on us? Who knows, man?
The phrases Miami Mall and aliens in Miami have been among the top 10 searches on Twitter's trending tab. And Google News even has several reports questioning the event. Miami police saying in part, there were no aliens, UFOs, or ETs. No airports were closed. No power outages. The statement ended with a facepalm emoji.
Now, to read up on the story, and a lot of people are interested in the story because it's gone viral. Check it out for yourself. Go to our website, cbsmiami.com, and the police were very emphatic. There were no aliens.
Yeah, no aliens, but you can file this one definitely on the Only in South Florida tab.
People love it. People want to talk about it.
Makes for good conversation.
It sure does, yeah.
Okay, so you saw the video footage from CBS Miami. And you see, that's my complaint about many of these sightings. It just seems like every time someone films something, it's always fuzzy, it's always out of focus.
Yeah.
It's never a clear video. And I've noticed that all through the years when people claim they see these sightings. And, I'm not, look, we don't know what's out there technically. We really don't. We haven't seen enough to know. But yes, people do believe that these aliens are real, and the thing is, and then some of us believe they perhaps are the fallen angels, so there's a lot of things out here. So I don't know if the rumors about the aliens at the Miami Mall are real, but I don't know. I never seen this many police in one place. This is one ex-user. That's what they said. And of course, you're saying, you see the teen saying, no, there was something there. So everybody have cell phones, but nobody have an up-close video of the 8 to 10 foot tall alien at the Miami Mall. Another user posted on X. So apparently space aliens visited the mall. I don't know. That just seems like an odd place for an alien to be in, is a mall. And I don't know. that's just an odd place. So CBS Miami has reached out to the city of Miami police for official comment about the conspiracy and rumors. Officer Michael Vega reiterated the circumstances regarding the altercation between 50 juveniles, adding there were no aliens, UFOs, or ETs. No airports were closed, no power outages, followed by seeing these aliens that people are reporting. He's saying that no, there was nothing there. This is what this police officer is saying. Yeah, but when people see these sightings, I never heard of power outages happening. That's okay, never mind. So on Friday, the phrase is Miami Mall and aliens in Miami have been among the top 10 searches on Twitter, their trending tab, and Google News have even said there were several news outlets that believed that there was really something there. So aliens and UFOs have been, shared over the headlines for many decades, especially in the past. Yes, that's very true. In July of 2023, a former military officer turned whistleblower told House lawmakers during a hearing, and I remember that, and I did do a video on the hearing in regards to them showing more of these unidentified objects that are flying around in the skies. So during a hearing that Congress is being kept in the dark about unidentified aerial phenomena. So, which people also call UFOs. Also in the same hearing, a former U.S. Navy pilot and a Harvard professor made similar claims. Yeah, and they did release some of the footage of the objects that were captured by the U.S. Navy. And I did another story probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and I showed the footage of what the U.S. Navy picked up in the sky. It definitely looked like an object was flying there, And, when they had that hearing in Congress, they said some of these are manned, somebody is actually flying the object, and some of them are unmanned, where they're flying, but nothing is in them. This is what they were claiming during that hearing with Congress. So, y'all, I don't know if and I know I have a bunch of subscribers down there in Florida. I'm gonna have to call my uncle about this one. He's down there. He's not in Miami, but he still might have heard about it. So I might give him a call, see if he knows anything about this. So my subscribers in Miami, please let me know if you heard about this. It certainly made your local news down there. And because sometimes the people locally will hear a lot more than we will on a national scale. So let me know, Florida subscribers, if you heard anything about this, and let me know in the comment section. Please.
Yeah, so I thought that was pretty interesting, they did have some videos on TikTok with these tall figures that were like 10, 20 feet tall, just standing around. And then when you see the footage of the people on the ground, like they're like running and tripping and stumbling all over each other. The video's all blurry. So it's like, what the hell? So we was going to touch on that on the last show, so I thought we would bring it up on this one, on part 2. Something about 2024, man. This reminds me of this video I had seen on YouTube back in 2016. It was called Aliens A to Z, Alien Races A to Z. It said there was 82 different species or races of aliens in the universe, right? And then in there it said that some were going to start making themselves known, like publicly known, starting in 2022, going into 2023, and here we are in 2024. And then you have Cat Williams do an interview on Club Shay Shannon Sharp's podcast, and he's like, 2024 is going to be your truth is real. So I found that real interesting. But there's another video I'm trying to pull up right now about this very topic, and it's on Phil Scott's channel. I think it's right here. I found it. Here we go. Share screen back on. Where the hell did everybody go? Everybody, I don't know. Figures. Okay.
Have the opportunity to travel with Phil Scott to
sunny South Africa. You guys are going to have the opportunity to come to Johannesburg, and you guys are going to be coming to Durban. And we're going to set it up perfectly. It's going to be like a luxury experience for you guys. At the same time, you're going to be getting some culture. And of course, you're going to get an opportunity to talk to Phil, hang out with Phil, and get his views on Africa and South Africa.
You're also going to get an opportunity to explore the lifestyles here that are available in South Africa. And we're going to do all that for you in an amazing 10 days. We do hope that you go to the website and book, because we do look forward to seeing you here.
Absolutely. Our website is therealsouthafrica.com. Go there, scroll down. You'll see a picture of Phil, and just go ahead and book there. So we'll see you here in what we like to call sunny South Africa.
Y'all want to hear a creepy story? Well, good. I got one for you. So on January 1st of this year, in Miami, to be exact, at the Bayside Marketplace, there was a lot of things going on. Well, originally, it sounded like a group of teens got into some sort of an altercation. It sounds like maybe they set off some firecrackers in the mall, and people thought there was an active shooter. And so people were running all over the place trying to get out and get away and all kind of stuff. And they said that a bunch of police units were dispersed to the area. And some people said that it was like 100 of police officers were there to try to figure out what was going on. Okay, so it sounds like it was some teens. They said that 4 teens were arrested from the ages of 14 to 16 for their part in the mayhem, if you will. But then there's some people who said, okay, yeah, there might have been some teens, being mischievous. However, on that same day, in that same place, we saw some things that were not considered to be human. Now I'm going to let y'all listen to a guy describe what was going on down there. Check it out.
They seen 8 to 10 foot creatures walking down Biscayne Boulevard and walking on Bayside. They said they didn't have no hands, they didn't have no feet, but they was just like, they weren't aggressive, they weren't trying to hurt nobody, kind of like looked like they were lost. They were like teleporting and coming back quickly and shape-shifting, like and not in like a it's crazy. I can't even say not in a crazy way, but in such a superior way. Said they weren't scared of us at all. I don't know who you believe in, what entity, what higher power, but you need to start believing in something, Miami, because they here. I don't know what they want. They said people got to shooting at them, and they weren't scared of police or nothing.
So as you heard him say, people were saying that there were creatures that were around 8 feet tall or so, and they didn't have any hands. Sounds like maybe some people were trying to shoot at them, and the creatures were not afraid of the people. They were just kind of walking around doing their thing. Of course, there's some footage of whatever this thing may be walking around there in Miami. Now, some people were speculating as to whether it was a government experiment gone wrong, whether they're really aliens, demons, or Nephilim. Nephilim are considered to be the creation of humans and angels, or some sort of a fallen entity, giants, to say the least. And so the government and the authorities there in Miami was like, nah, there was no aliens, no Nephilim or UFOs. Y'all tripping down there, right? That's what they're saying. They're saying, oh, this was all due to the teens. But as the guy said, y'all got all that manpower for some teens? Nah, what do you know that y'all don't want us to know? You know, right? Now, my personal assessment is this. I can understand if it was maybe, one or two, even three people saying, nah, man, we seen some aliens running around here, some big giants with no hands. And I'd be like, okay, well, what was y'all smoking? Did y'all need to cut it in half next time? That's what I would have been thinking. But it sounds like it was more than just a couple of people with these, eyewitness sightings of this entity that was considered to be non-human. Now, let's go back to last year, rather, where there were military veterans that testified before Congress to say, yeah, for decades, the United States government has hidden non-human being entities, whether it was aliens or whatever it was. They were not human, and they've known this for years. Now, of course, we know they've known it for years, but they have dismissed it as, oh, you guys didn't see anything. That light in the sky, was just a star or stuff, whatever it was. But we've heard a lot of eyewitness stories, especially firsthand accounts of people says, no, I was beamed up and it wasn't Scotty. It was somebody else, right? Like that movie back in the 80s, I think it was, called Fire in the Sky, where a man gave a firsthand account of them sucking him up into some spaceship, and they did all these experiments on him and stuff, and then they released him back to Earth, and people didn't believe him and all that other stuff. And there's just a whole bunch of stuff. Now there's a place in Nevada called Area 51 where they're supposed to be keeping all of these things. And when Hillary Clinton was running for president, she said, oh yeah, there's an Area 51, so they kind of was starting to talk about, yeah, there's something esoteric going on behind those walls. And a few years back, there was supposed to be this movement of people. They're like, we're going to storm Area 51 and they're going to show us these aliens. We're going to demand to see what's behind there. Now, I don't know how far they got. It don't sound like anybody got behind those walls. But nevertheless, curiosity began to peak. Like, no, we know there's something going on. We know the United States government knows, and they're hiding something from us. And so when we hear about stories about what happened in Miami at that mall, you cannot keep dismissing it as, you didn't see anything. Oh, you're saying things. It was just some teens. Now, was there some teens acting up? Yeah, sure. But what about the other stuff that people said they saw? You can't just dismiss that, right? So I'm sure in a couple of years or whatever, we'll hear about, yeah, those people, they really did see something. Now, is it aliens? I don't know. Is there something of more biblical proportions? Is this, the start of Revelations? It's been prophesied that all these things are supposed to be happening, per the Bible. Are we starting to see that kind of stuff? Like what? Or, do we have things living amongst us and we just couldn't see them until now? Maybe they're like, hey, how y'all doing? We're just, going to the mall, go get a Gucci bag. I don't know. We'll find out sooner or later, but I'm going to ask y'all, do y'all believe in other forces that are among us? Or do y'all think them people tripping on some mean stuff? So anyway, y'all tell me what you're thinking. For more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetra K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
Today, we're going to talk about what melatonin.
I believe they're hiding something, obviously. I don't trust this government. They've lied to us so many freaking times, it ain't even funny. So I'm putting nothing past them. And like I said, that documentary, whatever, Ancient Aliens A to Z, they already called it. They said, yep, they was going to make their presence known starting in 2022, and here it is, 2024. So expect to see more of this. And this is the beginning. And the government's going to have to come up full disclosure. But that little hearing was just a little taste of what's to come. But yeah, I don't think that we're the only ones that's in this universe or in this galaxy or any of that. But what do y'all think? Oh, you're with me, twin. Okay. Yeah, I don't trust the mugs at all. So, I'm gonna move to the next topic. I was hoping Shabaka would get on here because he's literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from Area 51. But there's a lot of speculation around that Area 51. Anybody that comes close to it, government agents will escort you off the premises. You can't even get onto the highway. They got that highway called Extraterrestrial Highway. It will not let you over there. They'll be like, you cannot pass clearance. They can shoot you dead on sight. Many have tried and have failed. So they're definitely hiding something there they don't want the public to know about. Oh man, what happened to my queue? I'm gonna lose the queue. My queue. All right, so I'm gonna move us along. The next topic is the tunnel gate that was recently discovered in New York City. So for the longest, there's been rumors that there's an underground city underneath New York City, and there's all these tunnels and pathways, right? So that actually got confirmed last week when these priests, short hat priests, were found in these tunnels with little kids. So we're gonna dive into that. Shout out to Lisa Carter, oh my God, Lisa Cabrera, for breaking this story. Oh, there's Shabaka right there. Right when I said that, Shabaka hopped in here.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, I had just covered the alien sightings in Miami, and then they one had came up. And do you have an update on what happened with the situation with the 10-foot aliens that were found in Las Vegas?
Okay, there's been no further development on it. Okay, it's because we tried to get more information on it, and then they went hush hush on it.
Oh yeah, I've seen them too, twin. I've seen them. I've been with a whole group of people, and I'm like, "Did you see that?" And they'll be like, "I didn't see anything," and I'm like, "What the hell?" Okay, so the people that said they had seen them in their backyard, they went hush hush. They haven't said nothing else.
Well, like I said, when they had them out here, man, they went hush hush. You know what I mean? It's because they had a news clip on it, and that was it. There was never no follow up on it, to the best of my knowledge. And I've been checking the newspapers, since then, looking at the local news right here. They ain't said nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? Now, with all these different stars out here, and as we know, that each star is like the sun. So how is it that there's not any what they would call extraterrestrial life? But at the same token, they're coming up here to people with bullshit at the same token as well too. You see what I mean?
Yeah. So did you see the video from Miami?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay, I had just played it. But basically, it was like these 8-foot, 10-foot creatures.
Okay.
Were just standing around, and people were shooting at them and yelling and shit at them, and they wasn't moving. They didn't seem fazed by any of it.
Okay, then that might have been an illusion through this AI shit. You know what I'm saying? It's because if they were, say, biological, or if they were living creatures, they would have had to react to that lead one way or another. Say, I don't put nothing past these Elon Musk motherfuckers, man. I don't put nothing past them bastards over there in Silicon Valley. I don't put shit past them.
Yeah. So you think they were holograms?
It very well could be, is because, as you know, what's happening now with the artificial intelligence, if it hasn't happened already, man, this shit is going to start be building on itself.
Yeah.
They say so. If I was to bet my last $2, my safe bet would be that it could be a hologram AI technology, but it damn sure ain't no extraterrestrial coming here. Not yet, anyway.
Well,
you know.
I beg to differ because they said that they was gonna make their presence known starting in 2020.
Starting in 2020, what now?
2.
In 2022?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well that's 2 years ago.
Yep.
Okay.
They said they would make their presence openly known in end of 2022, beginning of 2023. And here we are in 2024.
Okay. All righty. Okay.
I seen somebody was real weird because the people was running and they was tripping and stumbling over each other. And I guess they was trying to get pictures of the shit. And it was all blurry. It was all blurry.
Okay.
And then you see
I get it.
And you see these giant, like, statue-like creatures just standing in front of the mall. Like,
interesting.
Yeah, like TikTok, they have some real interesting stuff on TikTok. That's why they're trying to ban TikTok.
Yeah, well, they banned TikTok in the state of Montana. Yeah, they said, fuck TikTok. Okay, did anybody try to dump on these creatures?
Yes, people was trying to dump on them. People was yelling out on the police. They didn't seem like they was fazed by the police or anything.
Okay, did the police discharge any rounds to them? Automatic gunfire, shotgun blast?
There's nothing to see here. They said there was nothing there. Nobody seen nothing. Go home now. That's basically what the police said.
Okay, so which means it sounds like that they was in on it, or they got some orders, from the higher echelon. And I do know that over there in Silicon Game Valley that they was talking about making some goddamn holograms in 2022, Brother Che.
Yeah, exactly. And here's the thing about Miami. Miami sits right where the Bermuda Triangle is located.
Yes, sir. The Bermuda Triangle goes from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It goes out there to Bermuda. Then it comes right back down to, I'm trying to, to the island of Bermuda, which is below Florida. Then it goes straight to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And it is a triangle.
It goes to Puerto Rico. So it goes from Miami to Bermuda down to Puerto Rico. And there's been
and then it kicks out to
and planes in that zone for hundreds of years, and then rumor has it there's a portal there. So I don't put none past these mugs. I don't put none past this government. I don't put none past.
Okay, and you just brought back a memory, Brother Che, about 25 years ago. Okay, there was a guy that came on there and he sounded extremely educated, and he was talking about the Bermuda Triangle. And I believe he was talking about a concept of GIA, just GIA. Also, too, let me say this right here. Hey, twin, welcome to you. Okay, last night when we was on here, I was talking about, I mentioned the name Kyra Lee Irving, but in actuality, I was talking about that raggedy broad, Nikki Haley. So I want to, make the correction on that. So,
Nimorada, but yeah, she go by Nikki Haley.
Right. Yeah, because I don't want them, coming to us with bullshit, because I got inboxed by them when I had shared the CNN debate with her and the panties. And they were saying, man, you doing copyright infringement and all that old bullshit. So therefore, this could be used as evidence against that. And like I said, I'm correcting myself. I was not speaking about Kyra Lee Irving. I was talking about Nikki Haley. So I just want to make that perfectly clear.
Yep. Understood. So I'm gonna move us along unless you got something else to say about this.
Okay, the Bermuda Triangle. Okay, it went back. Planes have started missing over there since about 1945, I guess, when they were documented. But it has been folklore of that during the transatlantic slave trade and during the Europeans coming over here to the continent of North America taking shit, that they had a lot of them missing up as well too. You see, so it will be a very, very interesting subject to study. But I don't think that we'll get any concrete answers on that. Probably about for another 100 years. Who knows? Maybe the intellectuals who is running and saying that all these dumb motherfuckers down here on Earth.
What said 2024 is your exposure.
Okay, all righty, okay. So, it'll be interesting. And plus, Donald Duck, he was on CNN. No, I'm sorry, not CNN. What's the other one?
MSNBC.
Yeah, the one where they do with all the Congress shows and all that show. They show that dumb bastard up there. Yeah, huh?
C-SPAN.
Thank you. Yes, sir. C-SPAN. So he was up there talking a bunch of bullshit. I don't know if the motherfucker's on dope. I don't know if he's drunk. I don't know if he's insane. But one thing about Donald the Dump, as in human shit, he's very dangerous.
Yeah.
Very dangerous, both directly and indirectly. And then, of course, they trying to bring up some shit about Fannie Willis and her boyfriend. I mean, that only happens between man and woman, you know what I'm saying? So if old boy was over there, man, getting next to her, man, that's between him and her. I mean, what in the entire fuck that has to do with Donald Trump's business, and not to mention the fact that Donald Trump is up here paying $250,000 to have sex with some raggedy ass looking Stormy Daniels. Get the fuck out of here. The damn hypocrisy is real.
When you are supposed to be a professional, you're supposed to be a professional. That only applies to black people, though. That don't apply to no other group. Other groups.
No, yes, sir. That is correct.
And nobody says nothing about it. But getting back to the next topic, so there's a situation in New York where they found these tunnels on the ground, and they found this with these kids under the sewer, underground.
Oh my God! Okay, were these children being abused or violated or what?
It looked like it, Shabaka, from what I seen. That's exactly what it looked like. They had mattresses down, and the mattresses were stained up. It was a real bad looking situation. So I'm
okay. Yeah. Oh, that was in New York, and that there's where all these Jews were coming up out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Because I believe you and I communicated about that about 2 or 3 days ago. Okay. Sick shit. You got some damn perverts.
YouTube TV. Try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Bounced from one doctor
fuck
to
the
the
commercial.
next.
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. All right, Lisa Cabrera.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was a story that came out about a synagogue in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Boy, Brooklyn has been in the news a lot lately. I did the story on the migrants going door to door, begging for cash, food, and clothing. I did the story on them having cars at a tent shelter. And now this synagogue in Brooklyn where they found tunnels. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not what I'm going to focus on as much as them having an all-out brawl with the police. And I want to put this message out there to those of you that like to come to Black comment sections when a Black man, woman, or child gets killed by the police, NYPD, same one they're dealing with, and y'all come with that message, comply. Well, here's my message to you. Do not come back in our comment sections telling us to comply. Do not come back in our comment sections telling us to comply when we see no complying from any other group in this country, especially these folks. They're having an all-out brawl with NYPD that I want you to observe in the video that I'm about to show you. When you tell us to comply and you don't have that message for anyone else, that is straight up racism. You sure didn't have that message to comply for January 6th. And I notice you sure don't have this message for this situation either. When they tell you to comply, they are being racist. And they know what policing is rooted in, too. They know it all originated from slavery. All of policing in America is about race.
Facts.
So let's look at this video and you show me during the time when they're brawling that you see complying going on. Don't ever come back in our comment sections with this message. Ever.
That's right, Lisa. You tell them. Okay, so these are the tunnels right here, y'all.
Damn.
Yeah.
They've been down there for a while with this shit. And then you got clothes hanging around. That's interesting.
Wait until you see the mattresses.
Oh, man.
Look, the cops is all nice to them and shit. They all chopping.
Right.
If this was black people, we would have all been shot up. Everybody would have been arrested. All kinds
Yeah,
of shit.
thrown up against the wall, handcuffed, cuffed and stuffed.
But it's
All that old type of shit.
with these other groups, especially those small hats.
Yeah.
And to why you need to expensive things. Like this. We don't do that in America.
You trying to run? They arrested 10 of them.
Okay, now these 10 people arrested, were they charged with felonies?
It just shows you that when it comes down to policing in America, policing is rooted in racism. These folks were having an all-out brawl with NYPD. And you notice they had nothing but restraint. No shots rung out.
Nope.
You didn't see not one person leave out of there on a gurney.
Nope.
You didn't see the police dogs.
Nope. You didn't see the police robots either.
You didn't hear the cops say you didn't comply. You didn't hear the cops give them a list of commands. Don't they?
Fuck the advertisement. Fuck the advertisement.
At us. Where were the commands for these folks? So don't ever let these people try to perpetrate like we all get treated the same when it comes down to policing and we're just whining. They know they're lying when they say this stuff to you. They know they're not telling you the truth. They know what policing is.
It's
You know how
policy
you know,
enforcement.
ladies and gentlemen,
Mm-hmm.
because when
supremacy.
things like this happens, they go silent.
Yep.
Those same people go completely silent. That's how you know they are fully aware of what policing is in America. Because if it was fair all across the board, you would tell everybody, regardless of race, that they should comply.
Yeah.
And you don't do that.
Nope.
You don't do that at all. So you comply, people, you will be blocked, because comply, racism.
Yep.
Comply, racism.
Yep.
Because these folks sure didn't comply.
Nope.
Fists were flying everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like I said, they're enforcing policy.
They know
That's what they're
who
doing.
they get away with shooting and who they cannot get away with shooting.
Yeah.
Even they know.
Oh, stop your cam, Shabaka.
That's all I walked away with this video. Look, yeah, they got secret tunnels. They, trust me, they got more secrets than just these tunnels, y'all.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't believe that by any stretch of the imagination. They got way more secrets than just these underground tunnels. And it's amazing how they destroyed this building, making that tunnel.
On the StreamYard,
you see what the walls look like in there? And y'all were in there doing lessons and doing your services in some wrecked up looking building that looked like that?
There you go.
That place looks horrible.
Okay. All right.
That's your place of worship? It looks terrible. So anyway, and don't try to come and say it's because of the brawl. No, the way that wall was all torn out, that looks awful.
Yeah, it does.
And y'all were in there worshiping like that.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to tell me what you think in the comment section. And yeah, you can easily do trafficking and all kinds of stuff, hide all kinds of things if this is what you wanted to do. So, they're going to come and seal it up? Isn't it still going to be there?
Right.
So y'all going to have to tell me what you think about this video. And it was, even at the end, you see them just walking them calmly out of this place, the synagogue that they worshipped in, and you just see them just calmly walking them to their police vehicles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is going there in a body bag.
Nope.
Nobody even looks injured. They're walking on their own 2 feet. Y'all going to
nobody is handcuffed.
This video.
Nope.
Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget.
Yeah, please like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News as well. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancing the Revolutionary Agenda.
Absolutely.
So I just played about this secret tunnel in Brooklyn Synagogue in this brawl with the YPD.
Yeah. And then like I said, it's very interesting. You don't see no handcuffs. Okay. You don't see them being thrown up against the wall, being patted down. Okay. And this is going to be a very, very interesting case. Okay. It's because what it is, and I'm just going to sell it. Sell it. God damn. I mean, tell it. Okay. Is that this is going to tyranny now. Okay. Now, this hypocritical document called the United States Constitution, and as far as I'm concerned, you could wipe your ass with it, okay, is because it says that when a government goes corrupt, okay, or becomes oppressive, okay, that the people have a right to change the government. Okay, and not only do they have a right to change it, they have a duty to change it. Okay, so therefore,
I think that's in the
all
Declaration of Independence. But yeah.
yes, sir. Okay, so therefore, I'm telling all these ass scratchers who's up here calling themselves Americans and all this old type of shit, and the motherfuckers who brainwashed you don't even believe in this shit themselves. So why in the fuck should we? I mean, I'm just being real here. You see what I'm saying? It's because our people didn't come here through Ellis Island. We came through the slave ports of Charleston, South Carolina, Mississippi, New Orleans, Louisiana. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
And whatnot. Yeah, right. Yes, sir. And then not to mention the fact that old Bud Abbott, he had I guess he had took down some barriers or whatever, what they were trying to do down there in the great state of Texas.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All righty. And some of these motherfuckers went out here and drowned. Okay. I don't give a good goddamn about them. You know what I'm saying? Because look what they do to our people. We're supposed to say, yeah, Master Charlie, you the boss, he's so good to me. I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me. Bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, Black Light. That's who I want to play. So,
Yeah, it's a black first agenda, period.
Oh, yeah, big time. No doubt. No doubt about it, Sparky.
Period.
Looking for this other video from Black Light Revelations. Shout out to Black Light Revelations.
Okay.
Out of Akron, Ohio.
Okay. And then also, too, our people are getting very, very mighty cold with, who was that you were saying with polar cold or what?
Vortex.
Yeah.
Like it's been below zero all evening here.
Wow. Okay. And we're at 40 degrees here in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying? And as I had stated earlier on other platforms, as you well aware of, Brother Che, is that some of these black entrepreneurs need to be coming out here to these damn deserts, getting some of this land, putting up some damn solar panels, to pipeline their heat, to our people and our people only. You know what I'm saying? Later for the Caucasoid, he's from the snow anyway. You see what I mean? We melanated people. We love heat. We need heat to stay alive. You see what I mean? And then I read up there on an earlier post on Facebook that some individual forgot to turn his water on and all his pipes froze up. So what's getting ready to happen is that those pipes are getting ready to rupture.
Yeah.
Now, I've experienced that in Denver as well, too.
Yeah.
Yep. And I think it got down to 10 degrees or something like that. And that there is what they would call the bone chilling cold.
Yeah, whenever it gets down that low and below zero, that's definitely bone chilling cold.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, without a doubt. So our prayers is out, to everybody in the element, and definitely for our unhoused neighbors, who are stuck out there in the cold. And it seems to me is that if the United States or these politicians have any goddamn human feelings, okay, they would open up all those city offices, okay, where they got that nice warm and heat at, and let the people go in there and lay down. And the reason being is because the people pay taxes. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So that entitles them to that right there. You see what I'm saying? But however, this is tyranny that's coming about. Then you got those who's talking about the new world order and motherfuckers.
It's the great reset now.
Yeah, exactly. So, expect some more fuckery. Do not take no vaccine jabs. Okay. I'm not. I haven't. Hey, my vaccine is that damn cranberry juice. You see what I'm saying? And citrus acid,
Where the hell is this damn video at? Yep. So, what are your thoughts on the tunnels?
Okay, on the tunnels, once again, it's a clandestine network. Two is, this is some ritualistic shit. And I will go so far as to say they've been doing this here for a while, quite a while. And when I mean quite a while, I'm talking about at least in excess of 65, 70 years.
Oh yeah, easily.
Yeah. And then you can see of how they went through great length to hide it and to keep it hidden. You see what I'm saying? So they damn sure had somebody there in the city administration who was in on this shit. Now, where are you at, punk ass Eric Adams? You goddamn brain dead black ass politicians make me sick. Oh, we gotta include everybody. We gotta include everybody. You know what I'm saying? And then you should have saw a video that I was reading before I came on, Brother Che, about this sister who had was talking about the Belgians and what they did off in the Congo, and that they had went down there and took them the Bible to use the Bible to bump their heads, you know, to brutalize them to get those rubber trees. They say, now, I'm not against nobody's faith or what have you, but you know, I'm just sitting up here quoting historical facts, and like I said, is that you know, these black ass politicians and these sellout coons, you know, they don't say nothing about it. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Okay,
So what does that tell you, family?
I got another video to play.
Okay. And I can give you about another hour is because I'm hurting real bad. I guess it's from the cold and what have you. And then I did laundry and stuff like that. You know, it's age and injuries, you know, catching up with me. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, I wanted you to stay
And
on.
where I'm at.
The Khalid Muhammad. So I know you got a lot to say.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And by the way, too, they had announced that on Black Power Radio that Khalid Muhammad is in this month. His birthday is in this month. Also, too, Dr. King's birthday is in this month. And then also, too, is that January the 17th is also to the former heavyweight champion's birth date. And I'm not going to mention his name because the only thing I can say about that particular heavyweight champion, he sacrificed his prime years for what he believed in. You see what I mean?
Yep.
And
And
then yes.
my birthday is on the 16th. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, your birthday is the day after tomorrow's, the day after King's, the day after Ali, the day before Ali's. All right. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So shout out to Black White Relations. He also did a piece on this Tunnel Club. He called it Tunnel Club instead of Tunnel Gate.
Okay.
Tunnel Club.
Okay.
The 8th. It's now the 12th. All right. So it says breaking riot unfolds as New York PD responds to discovery of underground tunnel in Brooklyn Temple. All right. So now I don't know what it is that tipped the police off to this. I don't know why they went to the tunnel. I don't know why they were fighting the police. We all know why they fought the police and survived.
Right.
But this is all very bizarre. So my question is, how many people have seen this video right here, this particular video?
So he's gonna.
If you've seen this video, give me a thumbs up. If you have not seen this video, give me a thumbs down. All right. We're about to take a look at this. This video is about 1 minute and 20 seconds. All right.
Deception.
So what was going on right here? I mean, like this is chaos. This is crazy. These people are damn near practically overrunning the police. No guns drawn, no billy clubs drawn, nobody got tased. Nobody finds that odd.
Right.
How many articles or news reports have you read about this where this said that the police handled this situation very passively? Has anybody said that? One of the things that I find the most interesting is the police's lack of aggression when it came to dealing with this.
Mm-hmm.
Would you guys agree?
Yep.
Totally.
Not to mention, you know, just there's the whole thing about why the hell are there hidden tunnels all over the damn place? What's going on with those tunnels? Right.
That part.
Yeah, and that's facts. That's facts, Torian. If you guys agree with Torian, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Torian said they own the police. They practically run a good
That
sector
sounds
of
about
New York.
right.
Some people call it
Right.
J York. Torian says, I bet Alvin Bragg won't bring any charges their way. Facts. Facts to all three of those comments. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to David Brown. What's good with it, bro? I mean, I'm not trying. This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous scene. I'm sorry. This is a absolutely stupid, ridiculous scene. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Patricia Slade. Catsy says it was apparently some kids that paid illegals to dig the tunnel. They even let the illegals stay there. Now, how many people knew that? If you guys knew that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys did not, give me a thumbs down. Facts. Shout out to David Brown. If you guys agree with David Brown, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. David said they would have said that we were animals. Absolutely. Absolutely. What is going on in here? Right. Look at this. Look at this right here. This right here is wild right here. Look at homeboy. Look at this. And who recorded this?
Right. And then look at him. We're going to try to run.
Yo, man, that's
Need bucks fast?
Fuck
Don't
the
wait for your
commercial.
tax
Fuck the
refund.
commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial.
that's really weird. You know what I'm saying? That's really weird. You know?
Well, it's not weird. It's just that it's an agenda. Okay, it's an agenda.
Crazy. No, that's not crazy, bro. You crazy. that might be the comment of the stream right there. God damn, that's hilarious. All right, let's get it. So now there's been some vacate orders issued after this tunnel was found under this, this place where them folks go to worship at. But the interesting thing about it is that this was found last year. Yeah, it looked like a Blues Brothers invasion, don't it, Honda? All they needed was some saxophones.
Well, now an update on that illegal tunnel that was found below a Brooklyn synagogue.
The city has issued vacate order for multiple buildings, citing safety concerns.
All right, Fox News' Antoine Lewis takes a closer look at the damage and how cities responding.
The Department of Buildings has now posted a vacate order just days after a series of tunnels were discovered under several buildings.
Yo, and check this out. Like, I why are they walking off fast and weird?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, why are they walking off fast and weird and tweaky like that? Shout out to Cool Reality. What's good with it, bro? And shout out to Tarek. What's good with you? Why are they walking fast and weird like that? Does anybody know?
Because they're full of shit.
And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. If you haven't, please take a moment and smash the like button wherever you're watching from. Also, wherever you're watching
smash the like button on Front Line Blacc News.
Please take a moment and share the stream.
Yeah, share it on Front Line Blacc News. Share Front Line Blacc News. Share Front Line Blacc News.
The Department of Buildings has now posted a vacate order just days after a series of tunnels were discovered under several buildings adjoining to the sacred site for the Chabad Lubavitch Orthodox Jewish sect. Rabbi Mati Seligson says it has been a stressful week.
Whether it was to gain access or expand the footprint to the synagogue, it was dangerous.
This video was posted on Instagram by crownheights.info. Authorities say a group of Jewish men with a long simmering disagreement dug the tunnels in an effort to break into the synagogue. Police took several men into custody. Synagogue officials would not get into.
What were they thinking they were going to do? So apparently, this took place as a result of a disagreement between these two groups. So they dug this tunnel to get access to the place of worship. What did they think that they were going to do? And how did they dig this tunnel without anybody seeing this? Facts. Shout out to Torian. What in the Tomb Raider is going on here? What in the Laura Croft is this?
To the origins of the disagreement.
Young agitators disrupted those repairs, essentially desecrated the synagogue and destroyed the wall of the synagogue.
Repairs being done to the synagogue were temporarily halted after the tunnels were discovered this week. By Thursday afternoon, crews that resumed their repair work, the NYPD stood patrol on the outside of the buildings involved, as well as blocked off the sidewalk to allow the workers to continue with no outside interference, in particular from any of the accused tunnel diggers or their friends. Which for Rabbi Seligson is tough to comprehend. He says given the amount of hate facing the Jewish community at large, to have to accept vandalism coming from within his own community is disheartening.
I mean, really? Really? In a situation where these people did this to each other, they somehow find a way to still project it onto everybody else as a result of the quote unquote hate facing the community. Like, really?
Well, like I said, you know, this is some demonic shit right here.
It's immensely painful.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, but it's very believable. And these motherfuckers is out here serving their own self-interest. They're preserving themselves.
Jewish buildings in the world. And for this to happen here really strikes deep in everyone's hearts.
5 of the defendants were arraigned and released on their own recognizance for.
So they arrested them and then released them. 5 of them.
What was the point? Others were giving desk appearance tickets and will be back in court on January 28th. Reporting from Brooklyn, Antoine Lewis, Fox 5 News.
Now, what I'm curious about is what will the consequences of this be? Now, shout out to Mastermind Hour. What's good with it, bro? What do you all think that the consequences will be for this? I honestly don't think that we're even going to hear much more of this. I think that they're going to shuffle this under the wraps. We're not going to hear too much of it anymore. And it's just going to be business as usual. Now, I want you guys to pay attention to this date. Shout out to my man, We Lit. What's good with it? These were discovered back on Christmas Eve. Tunnels discovered under 770 Chabad Center in Crown Heights. Okay. Now, if you guys, again, if you peep the date here, December 24th of 2023,
that's Christmas.
These were discovered
Day.
Back close to Christmas.
I don't know what happened to Shabbat.
Okay.
Up and come back.
So it says on Friday, Crown Heights Info reported the discovery of a tunnel beneath the Chabad Lubavitch World Headquarters, located at 770 Eastern Parkway in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. The tunnel was discovered some 3 weeks ago. According to Crown Heights Info, this is what happened according to Crown Heights Info. A homeowner on Union Street reported hearing suspicious noises in his residence over some time. Growing increasingly concerned, the homeowner eventually shared his suspicions.
We lost you, Black Cat.
Meanwhile, construction activity was in progress to install new plumbing in the vicinity of 770, and as the project approached its conclusion, a trench was excavated to lay a water line, revealing an underground tunnel. The tunnel extended from Mikvah under the women's section of 770 Kingston Ave. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Do you all think that this is kind of a coincidence? If you think that this is a bit of a coincidence, then give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't think that it's a coincidence, give me a thumbs down. This sounds somewhat coincidental.
Yeah. Give Front Line Blacc News a thumbs up. Subscribe to like and subscribe to Front Line
This sounds
Blacc
somewhat
News.
coincidental.
Oh,
CrownHeights.info speculated that a group of yeshiva men who had been locked out of 770 during the C-19 pandemic decided to dig their way in, literally. Working at night, the men dug the tunnel from the mikvah building all the way to 770, where it stretched under the Kingston Ave's women's section. So as you guys can see here, the information that's provided in this article is different than the information that we just heard on the news.
Yep.
Yeah, so these motherfuckers is a bunch of pedophiles.
Mastermind Hour. You guys see what Mastermind Hour said? He said they wanted to expand their quote unquote place of worship, but oddly enough, they were digging into a woman's bathhouse. And I don't know, some people have shown a picture that people got of a raunchy mattress, which is disgusting. You know that thing smells like ass and has bed bugs all inside of it. How many people saw that? If you guys saw that raunchy picture of that mattress, give me a thumbs up. If you guys didn't see that raunchy picture of that mattress, give me a thumbs down. That's definitely a sight to see. I'm pretty sure people want to know what the hell was going on there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, needless to say, the tunnel constitutes a threat to the stability of the entire Chad Center and was blocked by the movement's officials. Charges are yet to be filed against any suspects, nor is it clear who would pay for the extensive repair work that's required to prevent 770 from sinking. Now, how much you want to bet that New York City taxpayers end up paying for that, the state or the city of Brooklyn? I
most
guarantee
definitely.
I guarantee you.
Without a shadow of doubt.
Ain't no money coming out of these people's pockets for that.
Yeah, and also too. So where's old Eric Adams on there with that?
Nowhere to be found.
Exactly.
So
you know that's precisely my point.
New York Times. All right, and what I find interesting is I just find it fascinating how crazy the difference between that news report is versus what they're saying.
Phones were so different back in the day.
On these websites. Shout out to Shamika Gray. What's good with it? Secret synagogue tunnel sets off altercation that leads to 9 arrests. Now, we just watched that video of that altercation, and let me ask you guys this. How many people feel that there should have been more than 9 people arrested? If you feel that there should have been more than 9 people arrested, give me a thumbs up. If you all do not feel that there should have been more than 9 people arrested, then give me a thumbs down.
It definitely should have been more than 9 people arrested.
Video showed a tumultuous scene as young Hasidic men clashed with the police in the global headquarters of the Chabad Lubavitch movement in Brooklyn. Okay. Now, this again gives a different perspective than that particular article we just read. A decades-old fight about the direction of one of New York's most prominent Hasidic J groups tipped into chaos this week when one faction clashed with police over a tunnel that had been secretly built to the movement's main place of worship. Okay. Now, what I'm curious about is what direction do they plan on taking this in, and what do they plan on doing? What's so controversial about it?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, they're going
real quick, ladies and
to
gentlemen, shout out to the
case
first
out.
stream sponsor. And you could also follow us on Clubhouse.
No,
AB
follow
Promotions
Front
with the
Line
$4.99
Blacc News.
super
Follow
chat.
Shabaka's Black
They all
Experience
had
Enhance on our
pockets
live
of dirt in their
page.
hands and dropped it in the street as they walked, like Shawshank. Ain't that wild? Man, that's crazy. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Miss Nisi with the $5 super sticker, the second stream sponsor. Definitely appreciate it. Please make sure you guys show AB and Miss Nisi some love. Throw some radiation emoji in the chat and some flames.
I'm gonna cut it there because I know you're pressed for time, Shabaki. So, what are your thoughts on what just played?
Okay, well, what we just saw right there, ladies and gentlemen, you know, being an old bastard, that this is some shit that they've been doing for years, man. That's why they went through so much effort, you know, to keep it hidden. And there's no telling if some of these motherfuckers was out here kidnapping women, kidnapping children. You see what I'm saying? Using their connections that they got in various city departments to keep it hidden. Okay, but when we talk about this, you know, they want to call us black racists. When we talk about stuff like this, you know, of harming our people, oh no, you all just need to get over it. You see, and this is why, you know, these ass scratchers that you had, these black ass politicians, these sorry ass cops, you know, Eric Adams, Tom Bradley's, Karen Bass's, London Bridges, what have you. You know what I'm saying? They part of the fucking problem. You see, is because and see, and this is why we are not Americans. Is because if we was truly American citizens, they wouldn't be killing us and doing all this experimentation that they did on us, like with the Tuskegee experiment. If we was Americans, they would not get mad and upset with us, is because we want to glorify our history, because we are the original man and woman. You see? So these individuals, you could tell that this particular sect, you know, they got money. Okay, they got a network, meaning that they keep all their business in house. You see what I'm saying, and what have you. And they've probably been doing this shit, man, for a very, very long time. Like I said, you know, in excess of 50 years. Is because if you got a mattress down there that's been down there as long as old boy, they're saying that's smelling like ass and shit and what else on it, you know what I'm saying? So that just goes to show that they've been doing this here for a while.
Yeah. So
a long while.
Still about New York, though.
Yeah.
So there's a situation with the parents in New York. They're outraged at Eric Adams for removing students from their school to house migrants.
Wow. Okay. So, and of course,
they tried to pull a similar thing in Chicago.
Right.
With one of the high schools in Southside Chicago. They was trying to house the migrants.
Okay.
There, and the residents said hell no. Hell to the no.
Okay.
But a stop to
right.
That. So now they're trying this shit in New York, and the parents there are not having it either.
Okay.
Works with live TV like cable. With YouTube TV, try it free. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Well, tonight on the
Fuck
podcast,
you, San
ladies and
Bruno,
gentlemen,
California.
You know, I just
Phil
got back
Scott.
from Philadelphia. I was going to definitely had conducted an interview with another platform. And I'm bringing that up because last night in Philadelphia, I mean, the rain was coming down. It got up to like 52, miles an hour with the wind. So it was a bunch of wind and rain. And it was not only in Philadelphia, but all that stretched all the way to New York City as well when I looked at it on the weather report. So I'm saying all that because of this story right here, what we're going to cover here about the migrants in New York City with old Mayor Eric Adams here. So when that storm came through last night, which caused, a lot of wind, some flooding, he decided to have a bright idea. Now, the migrants was at a, tent shelter that they built. So what Eric Adams decided to do was to remove the migrants out the tent shelter to take over James Madison High School. But I want you to hear what happened to the actual students at the school and why a lot of parents and even people in liberal New York, why they're so upset. Let's go ahead and roll these clips.
Like Tensions running high outside James Madison High School in Brooklyn Wednesday morning, where nearly 2,000 migrants spent the night braving the storm.
Our kids should not be used. The school should not be used. It's a sectionary for the learning. Our kids supposed to be here feeling safe and be able to learn.
The city's decision to relocate migrant families from Floyd Bennett Field to the high school didn't sit well with parents and local officials who say the administration put the needs of the migrants ahead of their children.
Migrants never went through the metal detectors, right? So we have no idea what these people might bring to the school and what's inside the school.
More than 80 buses pulled up to James Madison High School Tuesday evening. The family slept in the auditorium chairs and on the floor with
80 buses.
By 4:15 this morning, they were all returned to Floyd Bennett Field.
The shelter operation at James Madison High School, managed by Health and Hospitals, were nothing short of remarkable. They supplied essentials like baby formula, baby bottles, hot food, snacks, water, and blankets.
But some parents claiming they were never notified of the move, and what outraged them even more, the fact that students stayed home today and learned remotely.
None of the teachers signed up for remote learning, and the ones that did, from other parents that I heard, said good morning, posted the assignments, and just left.
I think it's disgraceful. I mean, just think about it. You're a parent in the Bronx. Was it Brooklyn or the Brooklyn? You're a parent in Brooklyn. Yeah. It's a lot. You probably got a lot of single moms who are the breadwinners, so they've got to work during the day. Your kids are supposed to go to school. And then someone tells you, sorry, your kids have to stay home. Why? Was there some type of real significant storm or some emergency? Was there a flu outbreak? Well, why are they having to stay home? They're having to stay home because the state government is commandeering, or the city government is commandeering, the school to house illegal aliens. You talk about putting Americans last. You're having these kids, you're depriving these kids of in-person education to be able to house people that don't have a right to be here to begin with. That's Joe Biden's America in a nutshell.
Now, we know from the pandemic.
Well, that no good bastard to get no argument from me on that
did
one.
not work. Yeah. I'm gonna tell you personally, my little girl, it was so detrimental to her that she had to play so much catch up when she went back to in-person learning. So we have learned with that situation that these kids can't be doing no remote learning. Now you can work from home.
Recordings just got better.
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial.
So excited to
Subscribe to
announce that
Front
local
Line Blacc
recording.
News. Subscribe to Front Line Blacc News.
But kids need in-person instruction. So Eric Adams, and which is the Democrat mantra of open borders, decides they've taken over all the luxury hotels, right? They took it over. They've trashed the place, trashed it. They're literally turning New York into a third world country, literally, about what they're doing in that city. So the luxury hotels wasn't enough for them. So since they filled up all the luxury hotels that they can fill, now they coming after your school. Now the schools are paid by the taxpayers, especially those who are homeowners that pay school tax for their children to go to that school. They didn't talk to parents about this. They didn't say anything. In the dead of night, they made this decision. They tell the students, 2,000 or so, how many students that go to that school, hey, you stay home, disrupting what parents got going on. Let's call it what it is. There are parents that need their kids to go to school, of course, for education, but also at the same time, they work. And the school, is a good place for them, right? So you take parents away from their job to figure out, okay, what I'm going to do with this child. What's going to go on? Then, as you heard in the news report, the teachers didn't even show up to remote learning because the students, during the time of the pandemic, the students wasn't learning anything. They were blowing them off. They was not showing up. So the teacher's like, man, forget this junk, man. You think the teachers wasn't frustrated by that as well? So now you got to do remote learning because of the migrants. Now, as you heard, they took them out of there. It was 4:30 or so a.m. But it is, to me, how I look at it, it is a test run. Because, see, in Chicago, for instance, they was putting them in abandoned schools. New York put them in an active school. They're going to start taking your schools, and then when they finish taking all your schools, they're going to start putting them in your malls. And then if they can't put them in your malls, they're going to start putting them in your stadiums. And then when they finish putting them in your stadiums, don't be surprised if he starts saying, hey, well, we need New Yorkers to kind of, take in some of these migrants because they can't be on the streets. Because it's about to be a bad cold front come through here in the next week or so, next week. What they going to do with the migrants then? All the situation with the migrants. This was all created by the Biden administration.
Yeah.
He believes in an open border policy. And now students got to be kicked out of their school. I don't care if it's for a day, a week, it don't matter. The fact is, you done it. I've never seen in the history of this country students being removed from their school so you can let people that come across the border because they chose to, they're economic migrants. They're not here because they fled war or anything like that. They're not here for that.
Right.
So you take out students who need to be learning, push them out for economic migrants that chose to come here. They chose it. They chose to come here. They didn't want to stay in Mexico and work in Mexico. They didn't want to work in Chile. They didn't want to work in Costa Rica. They didn't want to work in Colombia. No, after all them different countries had offered them help, they said, no, I'm going to come to America because America got a leader over there that's going to prioritize us over the citizens. That's what's going to happen. And that's why everybody's constantly coming. And then you got Biden. See, I was going to cover what he said at that Mother Emanuel Church, but this kind of took precedent over that. He goes to Mother Emanuel talking about racism. Man, I don't want to hear, listen, right now, listen, I don't want to hear no talk from no politician right now about no racism. If you're not going to actually put no laws on the books of that anti-Black hate crime bill, just shut up. Just shut up about racism at this point. I don't need to hear that from you. Black people will talk about racism when it comes up and we'll deal with the issue and problem. I'm so sick and tired of you Democrats trying to use racism as a way to try to trick my people to vote for you. This is the result of voting Democrat. Having your children taken out of a school and say, you go remote learn because the migrants is more important than you American kids that your American parents pay taxes for at that American school. If y'all sit up here in this next election in a few months and y'all go out there and vote Democrat, it's not just the president. I'm talking about Democrat all the way down. I'm talking about Democrat from your Congress people, your Senate, your city council, your mayor, your all that. Listen, these Democrat cities got more crap going on in them. Think about it. You're supposed to be the party of you're against racism and white supremacy, but yet Black people suffer more racism and white supremacy in the Democrat-run city.
Facts.
I thought we supposed to be suffering that in the Republican cities and Republican states every day. Y'all sit up here and try to claim every Republican person is like freaking Klan member. But it seems like you look at New York, how Black people are incarcerated in New York. Now, check this out. That same storm that was in Philadelphia and New York last night that I saw, I was like, oh my God, right? They were homeless Black Americans in New York, and Eric Adams didn't do a freaking thing for those homeless Black folk in New York.
Of course he ain't. He's a coon.
Or not just homeless Black folk, homeless Americans too, right? Outside of Black folk.
Man, fuck them white motherfuckers.
He didn't do nothing for the homeless
people,
Americans, but he made sure the migrants, they better not even get wet. Let's get them into this school. But homeless New Yorkers who are citizens of this country, who were born and raised in this country, that maybe had some issues and problems, happened to them and why they end up getting homeless, that they can stay out in a bad storm with 50 some odd mile an hour winds and rain and flooding. They can stay in it, but migrants, oh no. They make sure to put them in a school and tell the children, you stay home because you're not important. See, the Democrat Party does not prioritize American citizens. American citizens are actually the last people they're going to look at. They more worried about the migrant. And like I said plenty of times before, they have to be getting some sort of kickback from somebody to be this gung-ho about this situation. Because y'all, this doesn't even make sense. Nope. This latest move about taking kids out of school and say, you go remote learn because they're going to be here. Y'all, this is an escalation of this stuff. Yep. I'm telling y'all, you go out and vote Democrat in November. Go ahead if you want to. Yeah. They already fear-mongering too, because I got to cover that. Michelle Obama and all that fear-mongering she's doing, that got on my last nerve when I saw that video from her. Yeah. Now they already fear-mongering, right? You can fear-monger all you want, but there's no amount of fear-mongering that's going to make people of all communities say that mess in New York, that... Yeah. It's not okay. That's really the stick that broke the camel's back. Listen, you even have a lot of liberals are saying, hey, man, all right, listen, I support immigrants and all of that, but now y'all doing too much. You even have liberals saying this. Democrats are starting to say y'all doing too much with this stuff now. This way past just being nice and welcoming. Y'all are really trying to take over with these people. Mm-hmm. These people come over here with their hands out. Gimme, 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 gimme. Yeah. We just had covered on the last live stream of African Diaspora. They're commandeering trailers that's sitting there, breaking in them and making homes, and they can't get them out of there. They breaking all kind of laws, and yet let an American citizen break a law. They got Rikers Island for you, but for them, they can do whatever the hell they want to do. Y'all better wake y'all behind up. All you American citizens, you better, they talking about voting. You better get out and make sure not to vote for them Democrats. I'll tell you that much. Now, if you're going to sit it out, cool with me. As long as you don't give a vote to Democrat. If you're going to vote for Republicans, cool with me too. You want to vote third party, fine with me too. At this point, voting for Democrats is really harmful to the country at this point. Mm-hmm. They are anti-American people. They don't like the citizen when they prioritize. They are, listen, to sit up here and have 300,000 people come across the border last month. That is insane. We don't have a system anymore of laws. That's basically a form of anarchy that you don't have to follow no laws. And the Biden administration talking about they're going to spend $35 million to try to reach out to black voters. Are you crazy? You crazy.
Man, motherfucker better send me $350,000 of that shit.
So why would black people come out and vote for you?
Shit.
I'm just trying to figure that mess out. But this Democrat Party, man, they I've never seen them do things like this. You know, in the past, they like whatever. But they go from not doing nothing for black folks to just hurting everybody now. They're literally hurting the American citizen now. I don't see how anybody that got some sort of common sense would say, okay, I'm going to go vote for Biden because I want 4 more years of that. Yeah. 4 more years of it. American people have to give the Democrats a referendum at the polls. They got to do that. Because y'all think we could sustain 4 more years of what Biden and them is doing to this country? Do you seriously think that we could sustain that? I'm telling you, they're trying to turn America to a third world country, them Democrats. I'm telling you, that's what I believe. I believe they're trying to turn America to a third world country because in third world countries, inflation is through the roof, gas prices through the roof. Nobody can afford to stay anywhere. Nobody can afford to buy a home. There's no affordable housing. The people do whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? Like the Biden administration and the Democrats are literally trying to turn America to a third world country. And the people are going to have to say, no. Y'all, I'm telling y'all better stop it at the polls before telling you get this guy 4 more years. You're going to be like, oh my God, I don't even know America.
Man, motherfucker, you have to pay me to go to a goddamn poll.
This country every day. They're leaving.
I'm only voting for Jesse Parrish.
We don't have free health care. You know, the air quality is horrible. Everything is horrible because these politicians. But we got to keep an eye on this situation, man, because they're taking this migrant situation way too far. It's going too far. And what is the Democrats' agenda at the end? Because it looks like to me they're trying to harm the American people, and they very blatant about it.
Yep, they are.
Yeah, well, like I said, we don't care about them Caucasoids. We don't care about them fucking migrants. Our concern is a black first agenda, period.
That's right.
Yeah, all these other groups can kiss my ass. Here, we built a goddamn country. Everybody else is benefiting off of our labor except us.
Yeah,
and we supposed to sit up there, yeah, Master Charlie, you the boss, what's the matter, boss? We six. Bullshit. That's over with.
Yep, long over and done with. So yeah, that's what y'all get for voting for the Democrats.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, and Biden, that old senile motherfucker, he don't know which way is up. His son is on goddamn drugs. You know what I mean? And we supposed to sit up there and sympathize with this motherfucker. Now, one thing about the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Okay, he's telling you how he honestly feel. You know what I'm saying? And I don't fault the motherfucker for telling you how he honestly feel, but I ain't gonna support no damn dump. I'm not voting for that nasty motherfucker. And and then he's gonna sit up there and pay some raggedy ass looking tramp Stormy Daniels $250,000. Damn, man, and then he gonna take Omarosa, one of his most loyal bed wenches, and throw her out the White House.
I know, Shabaka. And so yeah, I'm gonna end it there with that. So then the next topic is your boy Shabaka, Uncle Ben Carson.
Oh, that sick motherfucker.
Says that slavery was no big deal.
Well, Ben Carson, they need to lift his license, man, because he's taking too much of his own medication.
Right.
And that statement is asinine. I feel sorry for the miseducated fool, to even fix his mouth to say some shit like that. Right. The transatlantic slave trade was perhaps one of the most brutal forms in the history of slavery itself. Now, yeah, exactly. And like I said, and we don't give a fuck about no Greeks. We don't give a fuck about no Romans and all that old type of shit. The only thing we are concerned with is our people. You see what I mean? Black first. You see what I'm saying? It's because it's up to us to take care of us. It's because these motherfuckers is not gonna come up there on their great big white horses, talking about they the Lone Ranger for freedom and justice and all that bullshit. There ain't gonna be no motherfucker coming in the Cape, to save you. And like you so well eloquently put it, Brother Che, over the years, man, we cannot cape for these other groups anymore.
Right.
Motherfuckers got yeah, that's a wrap. They got to go hold their own nuts. Look at the hell that we catch every day. Look at the hell we've been catching. Say,
yep. But look at this motherfucker here. Carson compares slaves to immigrants coming to the land of dreams and opportunity.
Oh, I think I saw that bullshit speech. Yeah. Is this one of his old speeches?
No, this is recent. Oh, that one. This one is old. Yeah, this one is old.
Yeah, because even the coon ass motherfucking newscasters who was up there broadcasting that bullshit, they says Ben Carson don't believe that shit himself. And I was surprised and my mouth fell open that these brain dead coons saw a little bit of light. They saw a little bit of reality. But you got to feel sorry for the coon, okay, because they're ignorant, and the only thing that ignorance is that means I don't know any better. Okay, now I'm semi-educated, but I'm ignorant when it comes to flying a space shuttle. You see what I'm saying? I'm ignorant when it comes to having sunburn. You see what I mean?
Right. So Lisa Cabrera again. Shout out to Lisa.
All right.
we weren't having dreams of opportunity. Okay. The two are absolutely not the same. Immigrants came here on their own free will.
That's right.
Right.
Not kidnapped, and they were not forced into servitude.
That's right.
There is a huge, huge difference.
Right.
But Ben Carson, and I remember when I read this years ago, trying to give people the impression these two events, very separate events, slavery and immigration, are the same. That's what he wants you to believe, that these things were the same.
Okay, dude got to quit taking his own dope.
Not true.
Ben Carson
at
taking
all.
his own dope.
Right.
Nor has it ever been true. But what he has done over the years is always make these attempts to soften the blow of what slavery really truly is. And he has done this multiple times, y'all.
Yep.
And what he'll do, he'll come out, say outlandish things, and then come back with an apology. But see, the damage is done.
Right.
Right.
Once the media and social media picks up the story, the damage is done.
Right.
It doesn't matter what apology he comes out with at that point. But he has done this on numerous occasions and had to be dragged on this.
Yep.
You know, so he's trying to, it's almost like he's trying to make white society feel not so bad about slavery. And it just seems like he just keeps doing this over and over and over. And
Stockholm
trust me, even
syndrome.
mainstream media has called him out because of how outlandish some of the things he has said over the years pertaining to the Black community. But y'all, I have come to the summation that Black conservatives are looking to be favored by the white community. They all seem to be this way. So when they come out, they want to make sure, you know, white society see and hear the things they say about Black society to make them feel reassured. I'm the Negro that's on your side. I believe they all do this. I have seen this so many times among Black conservatives, it's not even funny. No matter how much you try to gain favor, that favor is always going to be temporary.
Yep, because they always break their
It's
rules.
always going to be temporary, no matter how hard you try. Because at the end of the day, they're going to remind you of what you are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, even if you are Dr. Ben Carson, they will still remind you
Remember how they
of who you are. So I remember reading this article back then and him making these ridiculous comparisons. And trust me, if I read this article to you, you're going to get a migraine. you're going to get a headache from me reading this for real. So let me get to, I got a special guest, y'all. Hold on, let me stop sharing. I have asked True Royal to join this live stream. I'm glad you're here. Welcome.
Yeah, he hooked up the generator for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is raining heavy. You know, anytime, like, and you that's exactly what I'm seeing. And we are
in Florida a little earlier than the rest of the South because they could not stop the slaves from rising up down in Florida. Those slaves were burning plantations. They were killing slave owners, and they could not keep them under control.
Yeah, slavery. You're right. Slavery was never ever a smooth transition. And how you can know it? Just think of your own spirit, if you was in that day and time, would you fully cooperate? It was never like how they show it on TV, on these movies and TV. It was never smooth.
And we're not cooperating today, y'all. Why do you think they try so hard to control the media the way that they do? Now, what I want to say to y'all, if you study the history of Florida, a lot of those counties are named after people that were killed. Dade County, go look up Dade.
I didn't know that.
He was chopped up into pieces, y'all. They got a hold of him during the Seminole War. They got a hold of his butt and they hacked him up into pieces.
It sure did.
I believe he was Frederick Dade. And Broward, go look up all these people. All of these people were killed during those times.
Yeah.
And they named the counties after them down there in Florida, after people that were defeated, that were in armies that were defeated, right, by the Black Seminoles. That's right, Mike C. That's exactly who they got killed by. And they were scorching up. It was so many plantations burnt up down there in Florida. A lot of them just gave up and just could not maintain those plantations anymore down there because they fought so hard. Right, Frederick Dade.
Yeah. You know, you brought us something deep. I was watching a book review on C-SPAN a few years ago, and this Black lady had put this book together about what was going on during slavery, how we would burn up the crops, we would break the tools, we would find some kind of way to rebel. And they just figured, you know, we wasn't too bright, so we didn't know our strength. That's how the tools got broke. Or it would be a mysterious fire. And I know they were talking about this one particular tribe that was famous for burning up barns with horses in it and different things like that. They was always into some mischief. They would keep things going on. Like I keep saying,
they were getting killed left and right, y'all, but they try to make it seem like they always had us under control, and they didn't.
Right, and all of that is detailed in the new documentary American Maroon.
Okay, and also too, Brother Trey, to prove the lady's point even further, Chief Osceola of the Seminoles, okay, when he was approached by the Union Army.
Quick, Shabaka. So Seminole, all that means is runaway. So runaway slaves. That's what Seminole is. So
Okay, but they had a chief by the name of Osceola, okay, who got approached by the slave patrollers. And Osceola, he let it be known that, yeah, I am offering, you know, a haven here from runaway slaves. And you motherfuckers got like about 10 minutes to get the fuck out of here. Otherwise, we're going to be feeding your ass to the crocodiles.
Yep, that's what they said. Yep.
And them coward ass motherfuckers put their tails in between their legs and got on a Pony Express and got the fuck up out of there real quickly. You see, this integration shit, ladies and gentlemen, is a bunch of bullshit, okay? Because all what it is, folks, is that they want us to sit up here to forgive these atrocities, going out here, you know, hating on ourselves, having our men folk going around sagging, showing the crack of their ass. And please spell the word sagging backwards.
Niggas.
Okay, now here's the part that's really gonna blow your mind. Okay, it was brought to my attention by a white guy. Now that fucked me up.
Yeah.
You know, that fucked me up. So therefore, if a white guy is coming up to a Pan-Africanist, a black militant, what have you, telling them this, and I didn't even know it. You see what I'm saying? Well, as they say, you learn something new every day. Okay, so
study us more than we study them.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, they put us up under microscopes, and we're looking at them, man, you know, with a pair of binoculars, man, a million miles away. You see what I'm saying? But they got us up under microscopes. You see, figuring that how we tick, as they say. You see what I mean? So this is why you will always hear me crumb bum on that institution in the city of Los Angeles called Hollywood, California. They stole a lot of our talent. You see?
we need to be compensated for all of that. Hey, Stevie.
Yeah, all of that. You see, so it's not just slavery; it's the Jim Crow era, it's the intellectual property thefts, it's the financial thefts. You know, where they stole all the money from the Freedmen's Bank. You see what I'm saying? And then doctored the yes, sir. And then they doctored the paperwork, looking like saying it's our fault. You know what I mean? You know, when these Caucasoids did this shit. They don't want to own up to it. As you know, Brother Che, we had people call them Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, that was so long ago. How come you people just don't forget? Well, motherfuckers, you made it a point for us not to forget. Why the fuck you
When they
think
say
you
that
was...
nonsense, I say, then why do you always tell us to remember the Holocaust? Why do you always tell us to remember 9/11?
Right. But you don't want to
to
remember the atrocities that was committed against our people on the plantation system.
Oh, we just finishing up with this topic about stupid ass Ben Carson, Uncle Ben Carson talking about slavery wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, if you got that there, man. Hey, what's going on there now? Okay, yeah, if you got that clip, Brother Chase, show Uncle Ben Carson, man, looking like a fucking idiot, man. The motherfucker was loaded when he did it. He had to be. And then, you know, the reporters who was reporting it, you know, they didn't even believe that shit themselves. They says, no, man, we can't go for this.
Right.
You know, and that was the part to me, man, that I found extremely, not only, it's one of those cases where you got to laugh to keep from crying, man.
Right.
Yeah, see, that's what that was. You see what I mean?
Shay got it. Let's see.
Okay. And when you look at this motherfucker, when he goes out there and say this shit, he looks loaded.
He is loaded.
Yeah, Ben be getting fucked up.
He's getting high off his own supply.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And in the state of California, they made it against the law for doctors to write their own prescriptions.
So he said,
look, the motherfucker loaded in that picture right there.
This was 2 years ago. He said, history of slavery is nothing to be ashamed of.
Anything to be ashamed of, not a big deal. All right, let's put it in context. Here it is.
And interestingly enough, you look back to the beginnings of this country and our founders, a lot of people are trying to denigrate them now, saying that they were horrible people, maybe because some of them had slaves, and that America is a horrible place because we had slavery. People who say stuff like that obviously don't have a good grasp on world history, because every society has had to deal with slavery. And there are more slaves in the world today than there have ever been at any point in time. You look at human trafficking and sexual slavery, and we ought to be concerned about what's going on now, not what happened 200 years ago. And if there's anything unique about the United States, if there's anything unique about the United States and slavery, it's that we had so many people who were vehemently opposed to it that we fought a bloody civil war to get rid of the evil institution. And that's what we should teach our children. Our history is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, he does.
There's good, there's bad, and there's ugly, as there is in every society inhabited by human beings, which is why we need a savior.
And that savior for Ben Carson is Master Donald Trump. He was campaigning for Trump while explaining to white people how, well, racist white people in particular, that it's okay. That there are some black people who agree that slavery was not a big deal. Ben Carson is among them. Put up the picture, full mass. This is insane.
Right.
First, let me highlight the reality of the enslaved African in America. While the terminology slavery has been utilized and, in my opinion, overutilized, and somehow it has created this generalization of the great evil known as slavery, let's be 100 about what it actually was. It was, in fact, human sex trafficking. It was, in fact, rape and child molestation.
Right.
It was, in fact, murder, kidnapping, and extreme brutality. All of these things are contextualized under the umbrella of what they call slavery. Who would ever say that child molestation, human trafficking, and murder is in fact not that bad? Who? As I said before, Republicans utilize Black conservatives like Ben Carson to say things that white conservatives could never say in public.
Yep.
Imagine a white conservative saying what Ben Carson has just said. Okay? Doesn't hit the same, right? So they use a person like Ben Carson as a proxy. Ben Carson was a famed surgeon, one of the best in the 1980s, according to the narrative. Did things, broke records, was able to perform in ways that no other surgeon could. When he got appointed to a cabinet position by then President Trump, what is he appointed over? HUD. Yeah, as if he's experienced in housing and urban development. But the connection is urban. Ben Carson, Black. We'll let him run it. Let's get it. During an event in Iowa, Carson downplayed the significance of slavery in American history, emphasizing that various societies throughout history have grappled with the issue. Quote, you look back at the beginnings of this country and our founders, a lot of people are trying to denigrate them now, saying that they were horrible people, maybe because some of them raped children, murdered people, engaged in human sex trafficking, had slaves, and that America is a horrible place because we had slavery, Carson said. People who say stuff like that, he says, obviously don't have a good grasp of world history because every society has had to deal with slavery. And there are more slaves in the world today than there have ever been at any point in time, he added, before using human trafficking and sexual slavery as examples. Think about the argument he's posing. What if he would have said just murder? Let's just take another evil like murder. What if his contextualization was about how murder is not that big a deal in how this country was founded? You know, they had to murder natives. And murder is not a big deal in context. Would that sound kosher to you? Of course not.
Hell no.
It only works in the narrative of slavery. Isn't that ironic? Black African slavery in America, to be precise. He also defended the U.S. by highlighting the Civil War as a unique instance of an uprising against slavery. Talk about talking out of both sides.
Civil War was not
of
fought over to get rid of slavery.
We fought a bloody civil war to get rid of the evil institution. Wait a minute, Ben, I thought you said it wasn't that bad.
Right.
Now it's an evil institution? You just said 5 minutes ago, wasn't it? I don't understand, Ben. And that's what we should teach our children, Carson said. Our history is nothing to be ashamed of. Meanwhile, the Yale graduate, and I need Yale to release a statement on this. The Yale graduate who was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom by former President George W. Bush in 2008 has often referred to enslaved people as immigrants. Immigrants.
Okay, man.
Quote, there were other immigrants who came here in the bottom of slave ships, worked even longer, even harder for less, but they too had a dream that one day their sons, daughters, grandsons, granddaughters, great-grandsons, great-granddaughters might pursue prosperity and happiness in this land. Carson said during his first speech to HUD employees in 2017. There's more. Yeah. He later walked back the comments on Facebook, acknowledging that, quote, the slave narrative and immigrant narrative are two entirely different experiences.
Oh yeah, no.
And slaves were ripped from their families and their homes and forced against their will after being sold into slavery by slave traders. Now, who wrote that? A communications person did. Okay, he didn't write that. Somebody on his team did. There's more. However, Politico pointed out that the ideology was subscribed to by the highly regarded doctor long before he pivoted into politics. He echoed nearly the same words in his 2000 book, The Big Picture, quoting his speech at a United Way conference in Alabama in 1997. Well, look at there. And Ben is supposed to be an enlightened fella. All right, Rayvana, I'm starting to question that whole thing about him separating the twins that were born. I think he just got lucky. I cannot see this guy being some kind of genius, but what say you?
Well, I think there's a lot to unpack here, and
I don't want to hear the white girl.
No, because she's unqualified.
Right.
Yeah, she's unqualified.
Okay, Shabaka, so what are your thoughts on Uncle Ben Carson?
Okay, here we go, man. I'm going to need about 2 minutes to say this. Okay, first place, I'm of the opinion that Ben Carson, takes his own medication, that he prescribes himself heavy shit, okay? And it's more than, yeah, Ben needs to sit his black ass down, black card revoked. Absolutely, Stevie, yeah. Okay, so the shit that Carson was saying was asinine. He doesn't believe it himself. He's pissing on our people's heads, telling us it's rain. And then they had a couple of Yasa bosses on that telecast. They even had to disagree with Ben Carson and say, I mean, even when you got the Yasa bosses disagreeing with some asinine shit like that, that goes to show that it's pretty bad and it's pretty redundant. But however, as it boils down to, as Dr. Marimbani says in her writing, the Ma'afa, okay, it's a disaster that is so bad that it is beyond description. And Ben Carson proved Dr. Ani's point right there. I mean, it was so bad, and then on top of it, Brother Che, as you know, you got to look at the long-lasting effects of it, okay? It's because, when you brutalize and what have you, yeah, at that point that is happening, you're in some type of pain and shit like that, particularly being beat with chains and whips and all this old type of shit. Then, of course, you got to look at the long-lasting effects of it. Then you got to look at the psychological aspects of it, as that we have done discussions, over the years that we've been here at Front Line Blacc News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, of the buck breaking syndrome, okay, of the
buck breaking documentary as well.
Oh yes, sir, absolutely. And then of course of how they would take young black girls, put them up there on the auction blocks on Black Friday. You see what I mean? And America is very, very good at twisting narratives and twisting words. You see what I mean? Okay.
Yeah.
And then when black people try to go out there and exercise their rights under the U.S. Constitution, then they get brutalized for that. Now, keep in mind, you had a white man by the name of John Brown, who was an abolitionist, who had advocated that black folks do defend themselves against the slave traders.
And not only that, he put hands and feet on crackers. That was
right. Yeah, right. And then John Brown knew that he was a dead man when he did it. Okay. Now, so for all you motherfuckers out there that say that we hate white people and all that, no, we respect John Brown.
Right. But now they're paying him as he was crazy. He was delusional.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Now, okay. Now, was it that John Brown, had a consciousness about this? Was it that John Brown, could not stand the brutalization of it? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And what have you? You see? But however, with the dump, as in human shit, And we want to make that perfectly clear. Okay, the fervor that he is projecting right now is because this motherfucker was up on the tube earlier today, man, with his diatribes for about 4 hours. In other words, he was what they would call in U.S. Congress filibustering, like Ted Cruz. You remember when Ted Cruz went up there and filibustered and he got to talking about Mickey Mouse and Disneyland and all this old type of shit, okay, getting off point. And then I saw old Ted Cruz in the last couple of months and pop him a damn Corona, guzzle down his beer and told everybody to kiss his ass.
Yep.
I ain't mad at Ted. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I don't have no problem with a motherfucker stating how he honestly feel. You know what I'm saying? But even Dr. King had realized his mistake. Dr. King had stated, well, I've led our people into a burning house with integration. And you remember, Brother Che, we had to educate some motherfuckers on like that on that. Oh, now what? No, oh, yes, he did.
Yes, he
Oh,
did.
yeah. And Dr. King said that.
And they get our check. They don't want us to talk about that, though.
Exactly. And then as Dr. King says, I once read, that we had freedom. I once read, that there was constitutional rights. So which means is that America had wrote us a check that came back with insufficient funds.
So we are coming to Washington to get our check.
Yeah, exactly. And what we're doing is that we're coming to you motherfuckers, okay, of handing us this bad check. And plus, like what the banks do, we got service charges on it. Okay. So that's the reparations. Yes, this is why we got to have the tangibles. Then y'all's murdering ass police departments and these policy enforcers do not believe in the oath that they taken in or the Constitution that they're supposed to enforce.
Right.
Look what happened to Walter Scott. You know what I'm saying? Look what happened to Rodney King. You know what I'm saying? Look what happened to Mr. Philando Castile. So Stevie Irvine says, so that's where my grandmother got that name from, John Brown. That's crazy. Okay, yes, sir. You see what I mean? And then not to mention the fact that where they say, well, you niggas sold your own selves into slavery. Okay, well, you also got to look at that the motherfuckers who did the selling, they got captured too as the damn slave market evolved. You see what I'm saying?
I know you're
look at the
time, Shabaka, so I got to move us along.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the next topic is the video of the suspected white supremacist woman, the OnlyFans model that we covered earlier in season 3.
Okay.
Her boyfriend, her African boyfriend. Well, the video has been released of her attacking her boyfriend.
Okay.
She killed him.
She killed him.
Yeah, remember she killed him?
Okay. This case sounds familiar. Okay, Brother Che, enlighten me.
So she was an OnlyFans model. Her
Okay.
boyfriend found out what she was doing. He tried to check her on it, and she ended up killing him.
Wow. Okay, so she was one of those quote unquote models, huh?
Yeah.
For the casting couch in Los Angeles? Okay.
For OnlyFans.
No. Okay.
Is a financial tech company, so I bought everyone's gifts today with.
Sorry, Rock. I'm a fan of yours, Dwayne Johnson, man, but you spamming us.
That's devious. Wow.
Notwithstanding the provision.
Ladies and gentlemen, a new piece of footage was released of Courtney Clenny fighting on Christian Obumseli, and she is clearly the aggressor in this. This footage was taken not long before the next altercation where she killed him. This dude really didn't have any sense at all. He didn't have sense enough to realize maybe this situation was way too toxic to be involved with somebody like Courtney Clenny. but he stuck around and met his demise. That's what he did. So because of the violent nature of the video, because she's really wailing and punching all over him and shoving him and everything, and he's just trying to calm her down and everything. He's really not being aggressive with her at all. But, you know, that's why he's not on this earth anymore. So OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny altercation video emerges as evidence in murder case. Personally, I wish they would not have released this, because now her attorney can come back and say that, you know, the jury, picking a jury may be difficult because, you know, she won't get a fair trial because of these kind of videos. I kind of wish they would have held this for court, but that's my opinion. So OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny finds herself in the middle of an unfolding murder case following the fatal stabbing of her boyfriend then, Christian Obamseli, the incident which occurred in their Miami apartment in April of 2022. So this new footage that came out, they said it was just before that time that he was killed. So it has brought forth a series of allegations, defenses, and evidence, including a recent release video of the violent altercation in Aspen between the couple. Now, I did view the video, and it appears like, but you can't see them, but the way she is talking and she keeps turning a certain way, it made me believe that other people were in that room when they were having this fight. I don't think this was just the two of them alone at all. And the sad part is nobody got up to break this fight up. They just sat there. So anyway, in February of 2022, Clenny and Obamseli were on an OnlyFans content trip in Aspen. A video from this trip, now made public by the prosecutors, captured Clenny hitting and pushing Obamseli, reportedly after discovering he was flirting with other women. The video is being presented as critical evidence to demonstrate Clenny's alleged volatile behavior. It certainly does display that. She really looks bad. So Clenny's defense, a claim of self-defense, I'm just not buying it. I guess if I didn't see all the videos of her acting aggressive, maybe, but since many of us have seen that elevator video where she was clearly hitting all over him, and now this video is showing the same volatile behavior, it's the same thing. And then the other video where she couldn't find her cell phone and she started screaming and hollering at him over her cell phone, and
crazy.
It's just too many examples of her being an aggressor. It's just too many. So in response to the charges, Clenny has claimed that she acted in self-defense. But you know what? Most abusers say that, y'all. Most people that abuse other people, they always try to claim it's self-defense until they're caught in the act, where you can clearly see, like her, that no, you're an aggressor. There is no self-defense here, you know. But many abusers always take that self-defense stand. They really do. So so she was volatile towards Obamseli, and it was violent. She claimed he was violent towards her on the day of the stabbing. This is what she's claiming. She feared for her life. Isn't that the classic line they love using on Black men? You know, any other situation, nobody's afraid for their life, even if they're fighting another person. But when the person looks like us, all of a sudden, everybody's in fear of their life. I understand why that's their go-to statement. because they're attempting to get out of everything. That is the go-to line they all use. So according to her account, she threw a knife, which I'm not buying, which resulted in a fatal injury. I do not believe she threw some knife across the room. They said that knife went in and downward, like she was standing directly in front of him when she plunged that knife into his chest. They said that's exactly what it looks like. But according to her, she tossed it across the room and it went straight into his chest. I'm sorry. I'm just not buying it.
Another barbecue, Becky. Yeah.
Contradicting claims and counter evidence, however, the medical examiner contests the claim, stating that such precision by a non-expert knife thrower would be nearly impossible. To counter this, the defense presented a video showing a knife being thrown into a pig carcass, sticking it to demonstrate the possibility of Courtney's account. Is somebody throwing a knife at a dead pig carcass is evidence? This is the evidence her defense is going to show? Well, first of all, if it's a carcass, it's not moving.
Right.
Christian Obamseli was alive. And, it seems like he's very animated during these fights with her. I don't think he was laying there like a pig carcass when she threw that knife. I don't believe she threw the knife. I think she had the knife. I'm just saying in a scenario, if she was, he would not have been standing that still like a pig carcass. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Right.
But wow. Her defense team is going to present a video of a person throwing a knife into a pig carcass. So you're comparing Christian Obamseli to a dead animal. Okay. The prosecutors, in addition, have another video that depicts a separate fight between Clenny and Obamseli in an elevator. And we saw the elevator fight. Yeah. We saw that one because I did a video on that one as well, which Clenny cites as further evidence of her fear of him. No, she didn't show no fear in that elevator.
No, she didn't.
Okay, so as this case unfolds, the court will have to unravel the layers of victimhood, fear, and responsibility. The fight video testimonies and forensic evidence will play a crucial role in determining the course of the trial and the fate of Courtney Clenny. Courtney Clenny is a danger. Yep. She really is. She has showed how dangerous she is. This woman should never get out of jail. She needs to stay in there for the rest of her life. I sure wouldn't feel bad for her. I don't feel bad for her now. But y'all, please tell me what you think. I guess I understand his family are trying to put together a case showing that, no, she was always violent towards him. And I believe that's what they're showing in this video, that what she is claiming as self-defense was not self-defense at all.
Well, it's a Karen. What do you expect? It's a fucking Karen.
And most people, if they fear something, they try to get away from it. She didn't try to get away because she was not in fear of him.
Another barbecue Becky.
That he was never going to do nothing to her. She was confident about it. You could tell. You can tell. And he was being the big sucker that he was, because that's how he was in this relationship. He was a big sucker. All he was going to do was try to subdue her, and he wasn't going to take no other steps or recourse against her. So that's why he's not here. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification.
Yeah, please do the same for Frontline Blacc.
Yeah, exactly. It's subscribing like Frontline Blacc News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and a Revolutionary Agenda.
That's right. So I got that video, thanks to Lady Che. of this altercation that Lisa was just talking about.
Wow.
It's the Kenny Clenny case, which is out of Miami. There's new video of an alleged attack on victim Christian Abumseli. The video was shot in Aspen, Colorado in 2022 and was released by the Haggard law firm, which represents the Abumseli family. Now, this attack happened just before Abumseli was stabbed to death on April 3rd, 2022. And we want to warn you, it can be a bit difficult to watch.
Yeah.
Anyway, like I was sober for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And now why am I not sober? Because of you. Like, you're hindering my progress.
You need to sit down.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Come on.
Let go of me.
Okay.
Come on, boy. Let go of me. Like, I can't even, like, I was starting to hit me. Like, you saw me.
You don't want to hit me?
Christian, he saw me, and I know he's looking. I'm like fed up with you. I'm fed up. I'm fed up with how you treat me. Oh, yes, I don't promise you.
You let Malala say some whine that affected you.
I didn't let her say anything.
I didn't say
you did.
Hey, let's go to Malala right now. Let's pull up.
No. I'm just gonna hear the same.
No, she's in the group chat. Let's put her on the phone right now.
How dare you?
Yeah, you dare me? Keep saying
you do it.
Then stop saying anything. Do it. Then stop saying anything. Then stop saying anything.
Hi, everyone. Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise. On December 14th, 2012.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Ask her. Ask her, did I touch her breast yesterday?
Instigative years.
No, you're telling me I touched her breast yesterday when I.
You did. I didn't say touch it.
You said I did.
You were leaning. Yo, you were dumb as. I actually don't agree with you. Actually, I'm done.
Okay.
Can you send him home?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm done.
Okay, fine.
Done. Because you're costing me money. I didn't do. He's like, I'm in this house because of you.
You let Malone say some line that.
No, because of you. Flirting with like 3 girls the whole time.
What 3 girls? What 3 girls? You?
Well, maybe
you
matter.
You.
Milan.
I was flirting with Milan.
And she said, hey, come get your mans. You just want to come home with me.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
You're lying. She said, come get your mans that I was trying to hit on Milan. Come on, baby. Okay. That doesn't make sound right.
Christian, you're fired.
Fine.
Hopefully, shut up.
You never see me again. You are the most
good bitch. Shut
ever met in my life.
You are.
You horny.
Dude, get the out of here. Just leave your house.
Yeah, cool.
It's not my house. Like, you're just like my boyfriend. Get the out of here. I can actually get the down if you're not here.
Yeah.
Get the out of here.
Okay, I'll remember that next
time.
Get
out. No, that's not even the next time. Get the out.
Stop.
Get out.
Don't touch me again.
Good thing. Get out, bitch. Get out.
Bitch.
You never loved me. The way you talk, the way you treated like girls, the way you embarrassed me. I don't want anything to do with you.
Embarrassed you yesterday. You're really just self-conscious. You always talk about, oh, Christian, you like this. I say, what did I tell you before? You're the baddest person in this bitch. No one has anything on you. I tell you this every day. I have text messages that you say, Christian, thank you for the content.
Shut up, but you don't do it the next day.
Why are you screaming? There's people in this house.
Get out, for real. I never want to see you again.
Ooh.
So difficult to watch those young people struggle. Clenny is being held without bond on a second-degree murder charge. The OnlyFans model's attorney says Abumseli was stabbed in self-defense because Clenny was a victim of domestic violence. Prosecutors claim Clenny was the abuser. The pair had a long history of domestic abuse. Clenny will be back in court tomorrow for a status hearing.
Oh, thank you,
Clenny's
Stevie Irvin.
About this new video. Now remember, this was released by the attorneys for the Abumseli family. This video is an example of the toxic relationship between Abumseli and Courtney Clenny. Evidence exists that Abumseli physically abused Courtney on prior occasions, and on April 3rd, 2022, Courtney was forced to defend herself from Abumseli's physical attack. All right, the defense there trying to turn it around. Here to discuss our 2 criminal defense attorneys, Marie Peretta and Marsha Minot. Marsha, I'm going to start with you, and I just want to get your reaction to that video. Again, I just find it so hard to watch. I mean, you see 2 young people, particularly Courtney seems to have some self-esteem issues. The sort of same issues seem to be coming up in many of the videos and tapes that we've seen of them. Your thoughts?
I think this is a toxic relationship where it's disheartening to watch because it seems as if no one around this couple did anything to intervene to try to get some help because it is a train wreck that is waiting to happen. It sounds as if there are other individuals that were in the room or in the facility where they were having this argument. And it sounds as if there's a self-esteem issue going on with her. She is physically assaulting him, and you can see that. I think there are times where he was trying to hold her to control her or to get her to calm down. But it sounds as if he was defending even the allegations to not be true. But for other individuals, even the foot or the person who I saw in some of this video footage to not have done anything, to not have seen this escalating to a place where somebody was going to get hurt, whether him or her, it's disheartening.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, I can tell you this, Marie, Christian Abumseli seems to show restraint on a number of the videos that we've seen. Now, this was released with a statement by the family attorney as well, saying basically that the videos, it's a clear example of how the myths around men as victims of domestic violence can be dangerous. Security knew of the violence and did nothing. They could have prevented the stabbing. This was the stabbing that resulted in his death. Again, this video from Aspen, Colorado, shortly before that incident. What do you make of it? And I'm talking specifically about as
rich little spoiled bitch.
Come in this
Rich
case,
little
again, the
spoiled
prosecution trying
Karen.
to show there was this pattern. Will it come in, and what does it really show?
How do you take 20,000 children?
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial. Subscribe to
It shows,
Front Line
like Marsha
Blacc
says,
News.
toxicity, and it's painful to watch. And yes, it may come in if her defense is self-defense and if she's saying she was afraid of him. So these videos are clearly going to show how afraid of him were you when you were willingly attacking him and he really wasn't doing anything but holding you back when clearly the size difference is evident and he could have hurt you. That is what's happening here. But I think with her, it's jealousy and control, and domestic violence goes both ways. A little tiny girl could murder a big grown man, as evident here. But I want to say his attorneys need to stop leaking these tapes. Let the DA do their job, because putting out these tapes against her is not helping the situation. It's going to taint a jury pool. It's going to give defense an argument that she can't get a fair trial. They need to just stop doing this right now. Stop leaking these tapes. Let the system do its job.
That's an interesting point, Marsha. I want you to comment on that as well. They're obviously trying to get ahead of this thing, put out information. They're also suing the building where the actual death and the stabbing happened. And you can tell by their statement, they're sort of setting that up, that folks were aware of it and didn't do anything. Security there knew of it, again, because of this issue with male domestic violence and being victims of domestic violence. But your thoughts on why they would release this tape, and is it problematic for them?
I think the reason that they're releasing this tape is because we have a racial component, which is the pink elephant in the room. You have a young white female who killed a young black male. And when you say the word self-defense, the first thing that comes into mind is the woman is defending herself because she is the weaker sex. So I can see the motivation of the family to say, you're tainting this jury pool by calling her a victim, by saying she was defending herself, and by defense counsel constantly alleging that he's been a domestic abuser. So it's a battle of the public opinion, and that's why I think the motive behind them releasing these videos is what's happening.
Yeah, and basically her story that she told police, Abumseli grabbed her by the throat, threw her to the ground. She got away somehow, grabbed a knife, threw that knife at him, and that's how he ended up with the knife inside. Doesn't match up with the forensics, so there's problems there as well. This one is going to be interesting. All right, ladies, stand by. Folks, coming up tomorrow morning on Opening Statements with Julie Grant, one of Clenny's defense attorneys will be on the show to discuss the case and this new video. That's going to happen right here on Court TV starting at about 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, so please tune in for that.
No, tune in to Frontline Blacc News. Subscribe to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Check out the like page on Facebook, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Now, my comments on this here, Brother Che, is this. Aspen, Colorado, rich area, known for skiing, okay? You got to have money.
Got coach
No, glad you brought that up because that's exactly what I was getting ready to go up to. Okay, is for the simple fact is you can see the man was exercising restraint. He did not use no closed fist on her. She's attacking him, accusing him of what have you. The man is clearly frustrated, so he is trying his best to de-escalate the situation. But this is the problem with these fucking Karens. Okay, spoiled little rich white bitch. You see what I'm saying? Figured that she could just step on him, and it goes back to the plantation system. Well, if you don't fuck me, I'm going to tell master that you raped me. That this is exactly of what the fuck you have right here. You see what I mean? And of course our condolences go out to that brother's family. You see what I mean? So therefore this Karen syndrome, is getting out of hand. But on the plantation system, when you look at the motion picture Mandingo, the white woman will tell the black man if he doesn't fuck her, she will say that she was raped, and damned if he do, damned if he don't. You see, just like with Kobe Bryant, and that there was okay, and I forgot the name of the resort that it was up there, but I do believe it was near Aspen, Colorado. Okay, and then what had happened is that fortunately for Mr. Bryant, the attorney who was representing him, okay, had got evidence of that woman's underwear, and there was 12 different male samples in underwear.
I heard it was 5. 12? Jesus.
Yeah, it was from 5. Well, let me put it to you this way. Okay, it was multiple samples in there. Okay, so that shows you what she was about. You see what I'm saying? And these damn Beckys will sink you, sir.
Yeah.
They straight out will sink you. You know what I mean? And then the man, from what I've seen, had was trying to de-escalate the situation, and then the third person in there with the camera, hopefully that he got compensated for his video, is because if the state is going to take it over, they're going to make money off of it, just with attorneys being paid and with court costs, so that individual is entitled to some compensation for his intellectual property. But you see, they don't see it that way. You see what I mean? And this is why when that bastard by the name of Johannes Merciley had murdered Oscar Grant at the Fruitvale BART station on New Year's Day of 2009. Okay, the first thing they went and did with the Bay Area Rapid Transit Police did is went there and confiscated everybody's cell phone. Motherfuckers wouldn't have got my phone.
Right.
No, because I would have said, no. You either going to have to pay me for this motherfucker, or you're going to have to give me a receipt for it, and it better not be tampered in any way. Or I'll just go ahead and delete the goddamn video. How about that? You see? But however, mercifully, they gave him a change of venue. They took his case out of Alameda County and they put it down there in, of all places, Los Angeles County, if memory serves me correct.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Shabaka. Well, I know that you're really pressed for time, so
yes.
We got one more topic before Khalid Muhammad.
Oh, okay. And definitely long live the spirit of Dr. Khalid Muhammad. You know what I'm saying? And before, that Mr. Muhammad had passed away, you do know that at the University of California, Riverside, that there was an assassination attempt on his life.
Yep.
The Kobe Bryant sexual assault case began on July 18th, 2003. Right, when the news media reported that the sheriff office in Eagle, Colorado, had arrested then professional basketball player Kobe Bryant. Okay. Stevie Irvine. Yes, sir. That is a fact. Those are facts that you are posting.
Outside of Aspen.
Right. And yes, sir. And I was in Colorado at that time, and people from Los Angeles were calling me up, asking me what was happening with Kobe Bryant. And then, of course, you do know that Mr. Bryant's number was number 8. And then after that case, they changed his number to, what was it? 23, I think.
Yeah, 24.
Yeah, 24. Yeah, I do know they changed Kobe's number on that. And then may Mr. Bryant, rest in peace, him and his daughter. But this here just goes to show the toxicity of, 24. Okay, thank you, Stevie Irvin. Yes, sir. 24. Yes, sir. Okay. And then this just shows the toxicity of these Karens. You know what I mean? Is because, like I said, little rich bitch, you know what I'm saying? Spoiled brat, figured that everything is supposed to go her way. You see what I mean? And really, it's a tragedy, that young man lost his life behind this type of shit. And then, of course, our hearts go out to his family. Yes, sir. Hey, Jay Milliton, what's cracking? All right, okay. Out here freezing to
You're
death,
right
man.
on time. We're about to get to Khalid right after this next topic. We're just finishing up with the Karen that killed her African boyfriend, the OnlyFans model that killed her African boyfriend, and now she's talking about it was a self-defense. And I just played the video of her attacking him live on camera. So it's not gonna work in her favor. It's not gonna work how she thinks it's gonna work.
Right. Okay, let's get to and what's our next subject? Dr. Khalid Mohammed.
So the next subject is old boy that stabbed up Chauvin.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, that individual there, more power to him. He did the community a service. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Derek Chauvin.
He went to court behind it, and he pled not guilty.
Okay.
So I'm gonna let Lisa give us the breakdown, and then after that, it's Khalid Muhammad.
Okay, Dr. Khalid. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Turskak, the inmate that stabbed Derek Chauvin 22 times, has pled not guilty. And he should plead not guilty,
right?
Because Derek Chauvin wasn't stabbed 22 times.
Right.
He had fentanyl, in his system. That's why he was on the floor. That was from fentanyl.
That's right.
So let's get into this story. So John Turskak has pled not guilty to attacking Derek Chauvin. The inmate is accused of stabbing ex-cop Derek Chauvin 22 times in solidarity with BLM. Has pled not guilty to the charges that he's facing. Chauvin convicted of, we know he unalived George Floyd in 2020 while on duty. He was attacked with an improvised knife.
Okay.
At the Federal Correctional Institution in Tucson, Arizona, on the day after Thanksgiving, known as Black Friday.
Yep.
The inmate accused of attacking him, John Turskak, told investigators that he chose that partially to be symbolic gesture towards BLM. As per Turskak, his own words in court documents. He was charged with both attempted murder and assault with the intent to commit murder, but has decided to plead not guilty to the charges.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
In a Friday court appearance, he pled not guilty, according to WCCO News. His jury trial has now been set to February 13th. He is already serving 30 years in federal prison for crimes he committed while he was a member of the Mexican Mafia gang. Chauvin has since recovered from the attack and returned to the prison where he will continue to serve his 21-year federal sentence for violating Floyd's civil rights and 22.5-year state sentence for second-degree murder. The former cop's family remains concerned, however, that he is unsafe. Well, it's prison.
Right.
You know, there's only so much they can do.
Right.
I mean, let's face it, Chauvin is a walking target.
Yep.
Oh,
And
really?
isn't that why he went to federal instead? Because they thought he would be safer in a federal prison over state prison.
Wow.
That's my memory. So,
Wow.
Chauvin's family is very concerned about the facility's capacity.
Wow.
Derek,
Oh.
Chauvin's attorney, Gregory M. Erickson, said in a statement back at the end of December, they remain unassured that any changes have been made to the facility, to allow Derek's attack to occur in the first place. Possibly adding to their concerns is that the Federal Correctional Institution in Tucson has a history of inmate violence. Chauvin's mother also previously claimed that the prison didn't contact her after her son was stabbed and needed life-saving measures. That's because it was fentanyl. It was fentanyl. That's why.
Yeah. Chauvin OD'd on
A federal
fentanyl. Right.
claim
Exactly. That's what he
charges
did.
filed against Terzak. So they're claiming that he told correction officers that he would kill Chauvin had not the guards not respond so quickly. Well, Chauvin is here. They won't tell us what shape he's in. I really don't think he's the same. That's just my opinion. But y'all, look, if they can say George Floyd died of fentanyl, I can say that day that Chauvin was stabbed, that was fentanyl.
Exactly.
You got to let me know whether you agree or not in the comment section.
Oh, I agree with you, Lisa Cabrera, on that
Nevertheless,
one there.
if you're interested in letting Derek out of the prison, because I heard people, I think he ain't getting out of there, y'all. He's got to serve that sentence. He can get attacked every day. His butt is going to stay in there and finish his prison term. They're not letting him out.
That's right.
Because of an attack. Inmates get attacked all the time up in these prisons.
Yeah.
So if you let him go, you would have to let all inmates that been attacked. You got to let them go too.
Pretty much,
But
yes.
y'all, please tell me what you think. So he pled not guilty. Let me know what you think in the comment section on this one. Please leave your comment and subscribe.
And to Front Line Blacc News.
That's right. So, what are your thoughts on this, Shabbat?
Okay, well, you see, Brother Che, justice has a way, man, of being served rather directly or indirectly. Okay, so this soldier who went up there and issued out righteous justice, okay, compared to what that animal Chauvin did to that man kneeling on his neck who said he could not breathe. And then, as you know, Brother Che, you've been on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced with me, and we've had some individuals call up there. We ain't going to call the names, to say the most asinine shit. What Chauvin did was perfectly legal. And then when you get use of force experts from a murderous police organization called the Los Angeles Police Department that says that this is extreme by their measures, the ones that made Rodney King famous, with 52 blows, with the baton, and then of course where they had a detective saying, a police chief who says the reasons why black folks died of chokehold because their ventricle veins do not reopen as in normal people. Okay. And yeah, Stevie Irvine. Yeah, that's what the LAPD said. Daryl Gates. Yes, sir. He had stated the reason why black people died of chokehold in the city of Los Angeles is because the ventricle veins in their neck do not reopen back up as in normal people. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Irvine. Daryl Gates did say that. Now, this sack of shit, Chauvin, okay, just like the judge who sentenced that sick ass doctor who was violating the girls, yeah, and the judge told that bastard, hey, I'm taking great pleasure in sentencing you to stay in court until you appear in court in the year 2124. So quite naturally, of course, it will be physiologically impossible for that motherfucker to appear in court at that date. You see what I'm saying? Fuck Derek Chauvin.
Right.
Okay. And that man who did that there to Derek Chauvin, as long as he does not have no cases against children or women or anything like that, they need to pin a Good Citizens Award on that man's chest. He did the community a service. You see what I'm saying? Fuck Derek Chauvin.
Solidarity with us.
Yeah, exactly. And fuck Derek Chauvin. Chauvin knew what the fuck he was doing when he murdered George Floyd. So just like Lisa Cabrera said, okay, that he had that there was the effects of fentanyl that did to him. You know, he needed to get up off that shit. You know what I'm saying? So that there was. So Chauvin did it to himself. He's under the influence of fentanyl. You know what I'm saying? Stevie Irvine says that's absurd. But that's just it though, Stevie.
But Daryl Gates said,
yeah. But Daryl Gates, did say that, Stevie, and it's in a book called Chief. Okay. When Daryl Gates wrote his autobiography, the name of the book is called Chief, and Daryl Gates was a racist, hateful son of a bitch. You see what I'm saying? And then of course, as we all do know, that Daryl Gates, resigned 2 months after the rebellion in Los Angeles in 1992. Okay, but the mentality of these race soldiers, as we have stated before, Brother Che, they go back to the slave patrollers, okay, who were policy enforcers. Yeah, Stevie Irvine. Yes, sir. Yeah. Please check it out. And the name of the book by Daryl Gates is called Chief. Yes, sir. It's called Chief, and you'll see a picture of his ugly ass up there, man, on the face of it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay. And Daryl Gates, he died, by the way. May he rest in peace. Okay. And then, two, I mean, Brother Che, you and I, Brother Che, between the two of us, we have looked at the video at least 25 times combined.
Yep.
And Mr. Floyd did expire around at about the 9-minute mark, I believe, 9 minutes to about 9:05, and you could just see him go limp. And then, as you could see, the angle of the video was up under a car, and I thought that there was radiator fluid leaking out of the car, but in actuality, it was Mr. It should be on Amazon. Yes. And then of course, Mr. Floyd, did expire at that time. And then of course, our hearts most definitely go out there to his family. You know what I'm saying? And then, of course, as we do know, we've argued with a certain individual on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, okay, is that Chauvin and Floyd had worked at the same nightclub as bouncers or extra security, and there was something about that they were seeing the same woman, and Chauvin was married, so he was committing adultery. And I think what it was that Chauvin's motive, repeat, I think, theory, educated guess, and I do know the word is educated, okay, is that he was jealous of Mr. Floyd seeing this woman that he was interested in or seeing, and then he saw the opportunity right there to kill Mr. Floyd, is because that was definitely something personal. And then on top of
premeditated. They shouldn't have charged him with second degree.
it, should have been in the first. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It should have been in the first. And then those other two cops that stood by there and watched that shit. Yeah.
The other two.
Yeah. And their asses belong in jail. And then when you get a murderous police department like the Los Angeles Police Department, whose own use of force experts get up there and say that that was extreme. Nah, that puts it over the top right there. You know what I'm saying?
The LAPD, the
Yes, sir. Educated. Yeah, that's right. Stevie Irvine, yeah, educated. Yeah, that's right. Have to get my education. You know what I mean? And then to be stopped, and then
Let me
to
get my thoughts on this. So this is definitely justice served. I hope Chauvin he's definitely gonna guess what's coming to him.
Right.
He got a long 22 plus another 22 on top of it.
Yes, sir.
Shit. So I don't see Chauvin living through this at all.
Okay, well, like I said, fuck Derek Chauvin, because that could have been you, that could have been me, that could have been a loved one of yours, there could have been a loved one of Stevie's right here. It could have been loved ones that we have. It could have been a loved ones of friends that we have. You see what I mean? And then on top of it, what Chauvin did was cowardly. You see, that was cowardly. I mean, I could see them, man, when if he had whooped his ass, man, then to kill him like that. And then too, Brother Che, as you and I looked at the video, is that when the paramedics finally got there, man, Chauvin was dead. The paramedics knew he was dead just by looking at him.
Yeah, George Floyd was dead. Yep.
Yeah, so therefore it was the fentanyl that cut up Chauvin. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So it was the fentanyl that got to Chauvin, you know, like Lisa Cabrera said, and I approve of that message. You know, we hope that everyone does too, is because, like I said, Black family, that could have been any of us, you know, with that type of mentality. I mean, I don't know who's worse, this motherfucker or Stacey Coon. Because Stacey Coon was the sergeant who witnessed the beating of Rodney King and gets up in fucking court and says that he has no recollection of that incident. Now, motherfucker, what are you smoking and what are you on?
Right.
You have no recollection of that incident, but then out there, those officers at Foothill Division wrote in their report. It goes to Daryl Gates, you know what I'm saying, who said, hey, they did an excellent job. You know, he gave the stamp of approval. And then here comes the people from the local news agency and said, hey, Chief Gates, check this out. We got a bestseller right here, man. Check out this video right here. You're gonna love it. Yeah. And I'm not making light of any of these tragedies, but this is definitely a case where you got to laugh to keep from crying. He was not safe anymore, especially on fentanyl. Yeah, well, you know, Stevie, you know, Chauvin is fucking with that fentanyl, man. Yeah, that's some dangerous shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's some dangerous shit. You know what I mean? And what have you. And then, you know, is that these race soldiers are getting out of hand. You know what I'm saying? They're not upholding the Constitution that they swore to protect, you know, because they are not a body of elected officials. They are policy enforcers. The police had evolved from the slave patrollers. That's why the badges look so similar. You see what I'm saying? And plus, the slave patroller had federal authority to cross state lines to capture runaway slaves, is because the slave was property. So all this inclusive bullshit, inclusion is an illusion.
Illusion of inclusion, yeah.
Yeah, you see, and this is why
justice will be served.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
so don't get to do.
Yes.
And you're not getting out, so your family can just stop with that nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. And Chauvin, and you brought this on yourself, Chauvin. You know what I'm saying? You know, and yeah, deadly as fuck. Yeah, Yeah, Twin Pyramid, yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, that could have been any of our well wishers out there, man. You know what I'm saying? That could have been a victim of that. We still can be a victim of this shit, even today. You know, with the old hiding, buying, at least with the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. At least you know what you're getting. Okay? At least you know what you're getting. Okay? But oh, hiding Biden, you know what I'm saying, is talking all this shit and gonna sit up there and come up with this asinine statement that if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black.
Oh my God. There's so many shows for that dumb shit.
Yeah, you know, so this is why we always keep emphasizing flex our economical muscle. Yes, let's reunite with those on the continent because they victims of the same bullshit too through neocolonialism. You see what I'm saying? You know, colonialism it leads to neocolonialism. You see, just like how when our ancestors was brought to these shores, you know, from Africa on the slave ships, okay, this is why that they will buck break the males in the presence of their sons. You see what I'm saying? And I think Tariq Nasheed did something on that there too, Brother Che. Yeah, the buck breaking, and then of course too, they had the sex farms, and they'll even throw the slaves, yeah, even on his own mother. You know what I'm saying? And these, that's what now?
That's where the term motherfucker comes from.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. Yeah. And funny you should say that there, Brother Che, is because you just brought back a memory to me. Okay. It's because when I was little, I'd used the term and my mother got wind of it. So after absorbing a left hook followed by the right hand and having my mouth washed out with soap, my mother explained to me of what this term meant. You know, and I'm like, wow, you know what I'm saying? And like, wow, you see, so when they sit up there and tell us that here on this platform that we're talking about is hate, no, we're not talking about hate. We're talking about the hate that hate produced.
Yep, like H. Rap Brown said.
Yes, sir. You see what I'm saying? You can only kick a dog so many times before he decides to use his natural gifts of them fangs to sink in your ass to protect himself. Why do you think Dr. Newton chose the panther as the symbol of the party? A panther is a defensive fighter. When it is backed into a corner and aggressed upon, it will defend itself and it will annihilate its enemy absolutely, completely, and unconditionally. Okay? Yes, sir, Stevie Irvine. Yes, sir. Yeah, those are facts, sir. In the book to read to get that information on Dr. Newton is Revolutionary Suicide, which is his autobiography. And then the cold part about it is that this society is so warped with these sick ass motherfuckers there in New York, with the Karen up there in Colorado, with this asshole Chauvin right there, you know, who OD'd on fentanyl and went and cut himself, you know, and then the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. Coming up with his asinine shit. You see what I'm saying? I mean, you just should have saw this bullshit. You know what I'm saying that I saw. I couldn't stomach it no more. And then also, too, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to correct myself again. Is that on the previous presentation of Front Line Blacc News, I was talking about Kyra Lee Irving, but I had really had meant to say the governor of South Carolina. Who's running for president? You know what I'm saying? Nikki Haley. She's sick too. Oh, the professor.
Yeah,
Okay.
Nimorata. Yeah. So,
Yes, sir.
Moving right along, Shabaka, since I know Mr. Sandman about to start creeping in on you.
Yeah. Gotta pay. You gotta pay respect to Khalid. Yeah. I think after the Khalid presentation I'm doing, gotta pay respect to Khalid.
Yes, sir. So we got to pay our respects to Dr. Khalid or Khalid Muhammad, who would have been 76 this past Friday.
Right.
Celebrating the life and legacy of our master scholar or our warrior scholar.
Yes, sir.
So Professor Black Truth did an awesome piece on this. Also, Jay Militant was going to do a live on this. Hope he's still with us.
Okay.
He said he was going to do a live on Khalid Muhammad yesterday.
Okay. Please send me the link.
He hasn't done it. He didn't do it yesterday. But
Okay. But you know, whenever Mr. Militant is ready.
But anyway, this past Friday we had celebrated his birthday, and it was Khalid Muhammad Day.
All right.
So Professor Black Truth's gonna give us a rundown of who Dr. Khalid Muhammad was, his life and his legacy, and then we'll have a discussion about it. So shout out to Professor Black Truth. If you haven't subscribed to him, you know what he's been doing. It's been bringing that truth for over 10 years.
Yeah, the professor.
Professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Our unity in sisterhood, brotherhood, and struggle is profound, principled, and forever. Our struggle is constantly and continuously against the oppressor and against all in us, which is in contradiction to our values and the choice we've made. We choose the liberation of our people as our life's goal and struggle as the method to achieve it. Our choice is conscious, full, and free. We accept all risk and welcome all reward it brings. We have nothing better, more revolutionary or rewarding to do with our lives than to struggle. Struggle to bring into being a new world, a world in which we, our children and our people can live and love and create freely and stand and walk in a warmer sun.
As our Holy Days commemorations continue, today we remember the man who put the warrior in warrior scholar. Today is the birthday of the quintessential truth terrorist, the knowledge gangster, Khalid Muhammad, a man who made it a point to speak the truth no matter who didn't like it, even those closest to him. He never was one to back down, and there's a lesson to be learned from that. He spoke the truth to his people. If somebody wanted to hear a bit of information, he would remind them, do you actually want to hear the information, or are you looking for some white people who will agree with me? Now, that was a completely different way for a master teacher to be speaking to an audience, but Khalid Muhammad understood that over the decades and centuries, we have picked up a number of very bad habits, and the only way to root out bad habits is to do it directly. You can't tiptoe around it. You got to come straight up the middle. If as Black people we're going to be able to regain confidence in one another, we have to be honest about the fact that we currently do not have that confidence in one another now. Now, that excerpt that you just heard from Teacher Khalid was an expression of the principle of jihad. Jihad, as everyone knows, means holy war, not just against oppressors or against enemies of Islam, but also against the flaws and failings within a Muslim's own nature. Corruption and weakness cannot be ignored. It has to be fought against. That is what Khalid Muhammad meant when he was saying that we have to struggle constantly against the oppressor and against anything in us which is contradictory to our values and the choices that we have made. The man was talking about commitment, which happens to be the foundation of all religion. Except what he was talking about was religion starting with you, your commitment starting with you. Before we go pointing at each other and saying what other Black folks need to do, we got to make sure that we're getting things right ourselves. He understood that before we can have people held to a standard as a group, we have to first hold ourselves to a standard individually and be willing to accept the criticisms and critiques that go along with it whenever we fall short. That's what Khalid was always uncompromising about, and good for him that he did so. Too many times as Black people, when we're looking to shirk our responsibilities to ourselves and to the group, we try to hide behind rhetoric about, well, you do your thing and let me do my thing. We can't do that. And the reason why is white supremacy is a group sport. Hence, Black empowerment must also be a group sport. And Black people have to get past the idea that they don't have obligations to the group. And whenever some Black person comes along and speaks strongly about those obligations, we can't decide that, well, he's not really talking about us. Khalid made it a point to be direct with everyone. He was a true original, part of the new breed of grandmaster teachers. He knew that we're at war, so he made every ideological contest he entered into combat. He spoke with the slang and the game and the toughness of the streets. He recognized it was a new day, so a new vocabulary would have to be used. One of the reasons that so many Black people from so many different backgrounds eagerly listened to Teacher Khalid and identified with him was because he spoke with respect to the different religions in the group. Yes, he was strident, singularly bold when he spoke, but he also understood the reality that by simply not trying to impose his religion on others, he could win the respect of all. He made it a point to reach people where they are. That's why he spoke the way that he did. If the people are into this particular form of hip hop or this particular form of slang, maybe you can open some eyes if you speak to them in terms that they're more familiar with. To a lot of people, Khalid Muhammad's approach might have seemed strange or unnecessary, but in reality, the only thing it was simply unorthodox. But then again, when it comes time to reach people's minds, do you really think that there's going to be a one-size-fits-all solution? You can't sum up a man in a single word, but if I had to choose one of the many words that best describe Teacher Khalid, it would be strength.
Just J-hop.
The man had mental strength, ideological strength, spiritual strength. Louis Farrakhan capitulated to the demands to suspend Khalid from his role in the Nation of Islam. Khalid was repudiated by the U.S. Congress and the white media and the bootlick class, but he didn't so much as flinch. He didn't back down, he doubled down. Right. Khalid didn't view his association or membership in the Nation of Islam as merely an opportunity for social climbing. To him, it was exactly what it was supposed to be, a platform, one that was going to be used to boldly and stridently advocate for Black people's interests. And it was a platform that he used to great effect to provoke and galvanize his people. Now, of course, bringing up Louis Farrakhan, especially in this context, I'm sure is going to hit a little note with some people. But I'm not exactly attacking the man. What I'm asking you is this. If you got offended by my mentioning that Louis Farrakhan actually suspended Khalid Muhammad from his role in the Nation of Islam, then my question is, were you upset with Louis Farrakhan for having done so? Obviously, I don't want to relitigate the discord that erupted between Khalid and Farrakhan, but my point is that Khalid Muhammad did not back down from anything or anyone. He stood on principle, no matter who didn't approve of it. And that's very difficult for most people. They usually have one eye on their principles and the other eye on the people around them. And tragically, it's usually pretty predictable which one they're going to lean in the favor of. But with Khalid, you knew that his principles had to come first. And he was willing to take whatever the punishment, consequences, blows, and detriment came along with it. That's the reason why I chose the audio clip that I used for the beginning of this commemoration. When Khalid said our choice is conscious, full, and free, that we accept all risk, he meant it. And that scares and bothers a lot of people, because when you find somebody who stands on principle to that degree and makes it very clear it ain't just talk, well, what that also means is they're going to be not merely expecting it, but demanding it of the people around them. You can figure out pretty easily who's serious about it and who just wants to seem serious whenever it suits them by whether or not they actually stand on it, especially when they're being criticized. Do they try to find some middle ground, or do they instead make the case for why it is that they will not be moved? We know what category Khalid fell into. His intentions were as plain as they were honorable. He wanted the respect of his people and the fear of the oppressors. He achieved both. Remembering our heroes has real value, mainly because we learn from what they've done and we incorporate parts of that into our own lives and pass those lessons along to the next generation. From some heroes, we learn diligence in our research. From others, we learn eloquence in choosing the right words to express those ideas. And from others still, we learn to speak without reservation or concern for who doesn't like it. Having true holy days is important because by having annual reminders of the people and events that shaped us, we reinforce a culture that honors and empowers us. The more we reinforce it, the deeper it's ingrained within us. Today, while you're going about your duties and the workaday life and everything else that you have, make sure that you take out some time to remember and say a prayer of thanks for our brother Khalid Muhammad. Make sure you take out some time to remember what it is that he did, not for his sake, but for your own. You see, when a group of people have something that's important to them, when they choose things that are valuable and edifying for them, and they make it a point to incorporate that into their lives, it strengthens them. And so we salute our brother, Khalid Muhammad. He opened the eyes of many and shut the mouths of many more.
Yep.
This is why we must and will remember him and cherish his contributions to Black empowerment, because by doing so, we will profit from his example. Good day, and be one.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Professor Black Truth. That was awesome.
Yeah, the professors have to give it to him. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely have to give it to Professor Black Truth. And one of the things, ladies and gentlemen, is that when you're Black in America, your life could be taken out, you know, in a split second. And the policy enforcers, commonly referred to as the police, do just that. And as you had stated, Brother Che, was that the police have no obligation to protect you. Exactly. You see what I mean? And then most definitely, we want to give a shout out over the years, you know, to the families of Philando Castile and Diamond Reynolds, of how she had the strength to record that, you know, with her child in the back seat and her husband being murdered like that, because I saw the live feed when she kicked it out, you know, and then at Yanez, you know, he got a GoFundMe page.
Castillo, that is Christian Mata's cousin.
Okay. Well, of course, our condolences go to him. You know what I'm saying? You know, for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and what have you, is because it's kind of like, ladies and gentlemen, is that, as Mad Dr. D had stated years ago, we got to focus on what we do to each other, you know, not, you know, changing the subject and not getting off topic, because we are all we got. And this is why I'm putting it out there, you know, to all the crews throughout the U.S. That fellow Black man that you guys are killing, man, just might be the one to save your back, man, when this shit hits the fan. It's because these white people are not playing. They are upset, okay? They got a narcissist, egotist. Yeah. In my opinion, I think the dump, as in human shit, is on dope, okay? That's my personal opinion. To say this asinine shit. Then you got this old Nikki Haley, you know. Who's all fucked up in the head, you know what I mean? And then, of course, you got the panties of Florida. And it is my prediction is that the dump, as in human shit, will once again be selected as the president. He will bring in a Nikki Haley into his... Huh?
Because you think he's gonna bring in Nikki and not Vivek?
Oh yeah, he's gonna bring them all in. Yeah, he's gonna bring them all in. Okay.
He ain't MAGA.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my ass got arrested. Yeah, the my ass got arrested group. Okay. They're gonna get it, folks. Okay. Now the Black community who support Trump, I'm not mad at you. And although I don't support Trump, I hope the motherfucker goes to jail, because that's where the hell he belongs. Okay, but I'm not mad at the Black community who is tired of these Democrats who keeps selling us the same bullshit that they've been giving us for the last 60 fucking years. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not mad at them. You know, if they want to go, you know, to vote for the orange dude, because these Democrats, they were the ones that brought you the Ku Klux Klan. You know what I'm saying?
Them is the motherfuckers who went up there and stole the money from the Freedmen's Bureau.
Yep, them Dixiecrats.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and then of course of our people who worked of the voting polls in 2020, and that they were threatening, they was trying to bring them up on charges and stuff like that, and on my research, I saw a lot of our older sisters saying no, they don't want to be poll workers no more. Then old Rudy Giuliani, who
Yeah,
went from
Mississippi.
America. Yeah, and he was talking about, you know, that they wasn't threatening all this old type of shit, and fortunately they disbarred Giuliani. You
Good.
know what I mean? Which is great news, great news, great news. They disbarred that bastard, and then and then the situation down there in Georgia, where they're saying that the prosecutors, you know, a black woman, Miss Fannie Willis, you know what I'm saying, had an affair going on with a black man who does the
She's a
same.
mammy, Shabaka. She ain't
She's
do
a
nothing
man.
to help black people. That's a
Oh,
straight up
okay,
mammy. Don't feel no
okay,
pity for that, bro.
okay,
She
okay, okay, brother
literally
Chad,
rose
stand.
up for
Okay,
our people.
okay, I
I,
stand
I,
corrected.
I
I
feel that.
stand corrected.
But getting back to Khalid though, since you
Yeah.
lived it, you were definitely alive and well when he was alive.
Yes, sir, I was.
Thoughts on Khalid?
Yeah, yeah. My thoughts on Khalid. Hey, man, a brother there, may he rest in power. You know what I'm saying? He had went out there, man. You know, as he saw fit. You know, educated man, and the brother was fed up with this bullshit that's going on. And I'm hoping that no black organization, you know, does not have any internal conflicts. You know what I mean? But however, Khalid was a man. You see, that's what men do. You see what I mean? That's what men do. You see, and Colin was a very, very knowledgeable man, a very educated man. You know what I'm saying? And Colin knew the job was dangerous. You know what I'm saying? He knew the job was dangerous, and he stepped up to the plate. Plus, that he did survive an assassination attempt out at the University of California at Riverside. You see, and may Khalid rest in power, and see, and that's another thing, black family, about the beauty of our people. All this knowledge that we come from, all this knowledge that we gave the world, you know, all this knowledge, like what Dr. Drew did with the blood plasma, you know, just like what Granville T. Woods did. You know what I mean? Then, of course, what our man, the real McCoy, did. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of our intellectual property was stolen from white America. You see what I mean? It's because when
By,
you own,
by white America, yeah.
yes, sir. And then when you own the slave, you see what I'm saying? All his intellectual property was yours. His body was yours for you to abuse and violate and what have you. His daughter was yours. I mean, for the slave owner, his wife was yours. Go violate, you know, his wife, and you're not supposed to get upset about that. I mean, man, that is one of the most degrading things that you could do to any man, is to
Right.
go up there to put him in a position where he would be killed brutally for defending his wife who was being raped by the raping, slave trading pedophile. And this is why I say that. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
then for those of you, the generations after me, if you go on this path of such knowledge, prepare yourself to be upset. Prepare yourself to be angry. But at
Yeah.
least you got to keep your humanity, is because there's no greater love than the love of self. You see what I mean? Why do you think the heavyweight champion, you know, sacrificed his prime years in the late 1960s? And if anybody would call that man a coward, go get in the ring with him.
They would never do that.
Yeah, because he will make a coward out of you. Ali was bad. Yeah, Ali was the greatest. And so what it is, white America, when you go through our YouTube videos and our like page and what have you, this is not hatred. But one thing that you have to understand, white America, the black experience is not your experience, and we don't give a damn how many. Yeah, we don't care how many buck.
Thanks for hopping on.
Okay, who is this here? Piper there. Is that Jay Militant?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on, Jay Militant?
Man, you know I had to hop on. Shoot, we talking Khalid, you know what I'm saying? I understand the guy in the video don't want to touch on certain topics about that situation, but that's what I'm here for.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely, man. It looked like your 49ers, man, is getting ready to get some work in. You know what I mean? And what have you. And I know the Bay Area is cold, you know. But the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, is that it's very, very important for us to remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice. It's very important to remember the Khalids. It's very important to remember the Sin-Qs. It's very important to remember the Henry Dessalines and the Nat Turners and what have you. Do you see what I mean? But when I look at a dude like Barack Obama, who was more concerned about a dude getting, who was more concerned about a homosexual getting penetrated in his rectum than the police murdering his own people, and you the damn president too? No. And then to add insult to injury, where you go to your ancestral land of Kenya, and you're going to sit up here and talk about these alternative lifestyles, and the president of Kenya had to say, Mr. President, we appreciate you coming here, but we got to shut you down. And the head of state of Ethiopia told him, man, don't even bother landing here because we damn sure ain't with that. And when you look at them sisters from Ethiopia, you can see why that men there in Ethiopia will not tolerate homosexuality. They are hypnotically beautiful, the women from Ethiopia. And as you know, Jay Militant, you know, they got a large Ethiopian population over there in Oakland. And I came across, you know, one of the sisters one day. I think I was over there by Lake Merritt, by Laney College. And, you know, I just struck up a conversation, you know, with this young woman. And I says, why are the women from where you're at, ma'am, are so hypnotically beautiful? She says, it is the power of God. That part.
All right,
The
Jay.
power.
So drop knowledge. What's your thoughts on Khalid?
Okay, so first, I want to always give my respect and always honor the man, although I never had a chance to meet him, although I wasn't informed on the brother while he was alive the way I should have been. But he's still my teacher at the end of the day.
Yeah.
He's the reason why, even though I have been called militant before, he's the reason why I have that name, why I carry that name in honor of Khalid. Through his militancy, this is why I say, this is why I have a big mouth, people. This is why I say the things that other people don't want to say. So let me drop the ballistics on all of y'all.
Okay.
Let me start with all you Farrakhan loving people, all you Nation of Islam loving people. Let me tell you something. Khalid Muhammad would have died. He would have laid his life on the line for that piece of shit. He would have laid his life on his line. Even after he kicked him out of the nation, he said, I will not talk down on that man because he is my spiritual father. At the end of the day, he's the one that brought me out. I can respect that. But I'm not under them same guidelines.
Right.
You sit up there and you taught this man how to do things, how to talk to the white man and make that white man fear every single letter that comes out of your mouth.
That part.
Go out there and tell your people. Go out there and tell your people that yes, there is a higher being that we do call God, but you are the gods that walk these lands. Black man, you are God. Do not forget that.
Right.
He went out there coast to coast, nationwide. Talking the message of not the Elijah Muhammad nation, but the Louis Farrakhan nation. It wasn't until after Khalid left is when he started to talk the Elijah message of the nation that he brought into the resurrection of the Black Panther Party.
Yes, sir.
Now, we all know about the famous speech, right?
Yes.
We've heard it 1,000 times. And because, and see, this is what bothers me, and this is why I cannot stand Louis Farrakhan. When Khalid gave that speech, and it was a powerful speech about the Black Holocaust, you're going to take him off of his post and then later just basically kick him out? Because you succumbed to white supremacy. You was getting those phone calls by them Jews telling you, you better take that boy down or otherwise we coming after you. And you kneeled your knee down to that white man. It's quite funny. It's quite funny how you go from talking about the white man as the devil to all of a sudden, oh yeah, the white man may not be so bad. You know, but thank to Khalid though. Thank to Khalid. That did not stop him.
Right.
He said, okay, you want to put me out of the nation? I'm gonna resurrect the Black Panther Party. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And through that, this is what he did. He brought on so many warriors. So many warriors. You know what I'm saying? He said, oh yeah, you want to have your 1,000,000-man march? Well, you go ahead and have that. I'm gonna do something better for the future. I'm gonna have a million youth march.
Yep.
I'm gonna get the youth together. And they kept hating and kept hating and kept hating every step of the way. Every time this man was doing something, they kept hating because they knew the power of this man. They knew the power. This brother power was so strong and so powerful that it still felt to this very day.
Yep.
He sat out there, he told the white man exactly what he thought of him. Now, what you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? He sat up there and said, kill them all.
Yep.
Even kill the babies. Why kill the babies? Khalid, why kill the babies? Because those are the motherfuckers that you're gonna have to deal with later on.
Yeah.
Take them down.
That part.
You know, all black laws for all black people. You know what I'm saying? We should all come together. And that was his ultimate message. That was his ultimate goal, to unite us globally. But he knew that he had to start here and get us straightened out first before we can step out there and try to do this whole unity global thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Khalid was FBA before FBA was FBA.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? He made sure that he laid down the blueprint and told all black men, first of all, black man, you the head of household. This is what you need to do. Black woman, you is the one that we gonna need. So this is what you need to do. As long as we do those things, we will bring together the black family the way that it used to be. Because we got to remember, Khalid came up during the civil rights time.
Yeah, he did.
He came up when he seen black families flourish.
Yep.
He's seen that. So let me take that and let me bring it back together. But the only way we're going to get to that point is we have to be militant at every single step. We can't be soft-hearted about this.
Right.
Okay.
And that's the problem with the whole community as a whole is too many soft-hearted ones in it. And this is why I've been saying for a long time now, we have to get rid of them. However we need to do it, we have to get rid of them because they are the ones that has been blocking all the progress. We could have been further along, but we keep allowing these people, keep giving them chances. No, we're not giving chances just because you look like me. We're not giving chances because we share the same color. No, we're not going to do that no more. That's the false sense of security that we kept falling into. We can't allow that to happen no more. So the message that Khalid gave is the message that we need to go by. And being that we're in the times that we're in now, we have to get back to that. We have to make sure that the structure is under a militant base. So it cannot get pushed from one side to the other. It can't get infiltrated because, oh yeah, I'm black. Yeah, red, black, and green. Yeah, I'm down. Yeah, okay, you down. Okay, are you down? Are you willing to kill that cracker if it comes down to it?
Right. That's what Pops always said. You gonna kill. You gotta take like 4 of them with you.
Yeah. Are you willing to do that? Because it's easy for you to kill your own. It's easy for you to kill your own. That's the easy part. But are you willing to kill that motherfucker that put you there?
That part.
Are you able to do that? You know, even through my early stages of consciousness, once I got a hold of Khalid, it was over after that.
Right.
So every time, I don't care if I'm just talking about something simple, right? Or if I'm just shooting the shit or whatever. You can hear that passion that Khalid brought every single time he spoke. So eloquently.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's what they was mad about. Like, how does black man talk so good?
Yeah.
How does black man know how to pronunciate his words?
Right.
This black man is so intelligent. Nah, you mad about that. You ain't mad that he calling you a cracker because you know you that.
Right.
You happy about it. He's just reminding y'all you need to be happy about that. I just say it a little bit differently.
Right.
I say go ahead and be that. Stand on that. Be happy about who you is. Don't hate on your lineage.
Right.
At the same time, that don't mean that you got to go out there and be a terrorist like your lineage. You know, and this was the other part that goes into the whole aspect of who we are as a people. When Khalid was on Donahue, and you know, all the questions was coming from the others and all that,
right?
And they would bring up certain incidents that had happened. He said, you know what? My heart goes out to those families. My heart goes out to those families. I don't get no excitement off of the loss of life. But we have to remember, when that loss of life doesn't add up to the loss of life of millions of black people,
That part.
we have a problem.
Right.
Yeah. And also too, Jay,
I feel bad that that those families have to go through that, but that does not mean that I have to turn away and just ignore what's been going on to my people since the beginning of time, and not the beginning of time, but the beginning of time when these filthy motherfuckers decided that they want to roam this earth too.
Mhm. That part. Yeah.
So at the end of what I'm going to say is this: to everybody that's going to hear this, particularly this is just to the black folks. Okay. Remember what Khalid did. Remember his spirit.
Yes.
Remember his heart. Remember what he worked so hard to ensure for all of us.
Right.
Remember that he was still a human at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, as long as you are walking these streets and you're carrying this banner, make sure you're willing to lay your life just like he was willing to lay his.
Right.
Yes, sir. And then also too, Jay Militant, to prove your point even further, that's what Dr. Huey P. Newton had wrote in his autobiography, is that what he told the people in Oakland in the 1960s, once you walk on this path, you have to realize that you are doomed.
Yep.
Right?
There you are.
And this is what is coming down to Jay Militant, because when I look at that dump as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear, he is stating of how he honestly feels. And there's an old saying from South Central Los Angeles: never apologize for how you honestly feel. Khalid didn't.
No,
You
he
know,
didn't.
yeah, Khalid didn't. And then the cold part about it is, and in San Francisco, you know, where Freddie D had set up, you know, his newspaper and what have you, where William Lettersdorf was the first black banker in California, and he went up there to Folsom and lost all his money and what have you. And then, too, they're going to sit up there and give women tickets for indecent exposure because they're out there in the middle of the cold of January showing the jiggly wiggly, saying, hey, fellas, don't touch, hit this bucket. This is what we're raising the money for to save it. But the city of San Francisco will sit up there and let a naked ass man showing a crack of his nasty ass walking down the street. And then the sad part about it, too, you know this, Jay Militant, and if you go up there and call that motherfucker this or that or whatever, you will do 90 days in the San Francisco County Jail.
Yep.
They'll hit you with a hate crime.
Facts.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Khalid was unapologetically black before.
Yeah. Yeah. And the same with Garvey, the same, you know, with Malcolm, you know what I'm saying? And also, too, the same with the first slave who realized his position and got up there and knocked the shit out of one of them motherfuckers, like what Frederick Douglass did. When the slave master gonna hit him with the whip, and Freddie D whooped his ass, and Freddie knew, hey, I gotta get out of town. So he went there, man, and jumped ship over there in Baltimore, man. And then Jay Militant, you know, as you know, Freddie D was in San Francisco for a while, man, writing his newspaper, man. And I got his autobiography, or The Life and Times of Frederick Douglass. It's about 800 pages long, so you know I'm gonna be in depth with that. And what have you. And then I remember in my college days at Cal State, LA, you know, I was at Los Angeles City College, you know, history teacher. Gonna come up there and talk about, well, you know, Frederick Douglass was from a natural union. I said, and I'm scratching my head. I'm like, oh, what a natural union. I mean, what the fuck you mean by natural union, man? Oh, well, he had a white father and a black mother. Oh, so which means is that he was the product of the raping, slave trading pedophile. So then quite naturally, of course, I got into an argument with this motherfucker who wasn't from the United States. He was from Germany. And I'm sitting up there, man, you need to do your damn research, man. That shit was institutionalized rape. That is what Black Friday was all about. You know, all these motherfuckers bum rushing Walmart, you know, on Black Friday, you know what I'm saying? But Black Friday is where they take the young black girls, 12, 13, 14 years old, put them up on auction blocks so other white raping, slave trading pedophiles can come up there and buy them and give them to their sons, you see? So then what happened is that the white boy would go over there, always want to violate the slave girl, but then the white woman, now this is where your caring comes in at, people. oh, well, he's going after that, you know, after the natural woman. So the white woman go up there, you know, to the brother, oh, well, you better come do it to me, or otherwise I'm going to tell the master you raped me. So he was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. And the heavyweight champion in 1974, Muhammad Ali, had told white America about that. And when he told them, no, 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 we are not brothers. Brothers don't go up there and hang their brothers and cut off their private parts and put it off in their mouth. What was that? Then they would have these picnics, which is picnic, where they would go up there and these white folks would burn black men, hang them, cut body parts off of them, and then these folks would sit down there and sit there and eat a meal. Now, how in the fuck you gonna sit up there and just watch the person be murdered savagely and then you're gonna turn around and eat? That's inhumane.
Savages.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, Jay Militant, Stevie Irvine wants to know, how does he follow you, man? You got your like page, man, and put your like page info out, Jay Militant.
What's
yeah.
Yeah,
I'll put it.
Okay, he's gonna put it in the chat.
Okay.
Oh wait, hold on. I gotta jump out real quick to put it in the chat.
Okay.
So I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. And so this is what's happening here, ladies and gentlemen. This is not hatred that we are putting out here on Frontline Black News and on Shabaka's Black Experience and the Revolutionary Agenda. Okay, this isn't hate, but what it is that we are people too, and we have a right to live, we have a right to exist, and we have a right to survive. Okay. I mean, you know, our people should not have to worry about each time they go out there driving on the highway in the middle of the night getting pulled over by these Derek Chauvins. You know what I'm saying? Or these Stacy Coons, you know, or that bastard that murdered that man down there, Walter Scott. You know, gonna pull his gun out. They're gonna tell him to run. Then he murders the man. You know what I'm saying? And thank God for that person who got that there on it. Okay, Frontline. Okay, that's Jay Militant. Okay, what's cracking in TV with Jay Militant? Okay, Jay Militant, I'm gonna try to subscribe to you on YouTube, man. Okay, all righty. And so, you know, as Khalid was saying, now, man, keep in mind the Derek Chauvin cases, the Rodney King cases. No, I take that back. The Derek Chauvin case, the Philando Castile case, the Tamir Rice case, the Mike Brown case. I mean, man, Sandra Bland, man, you know, our girl there in Louisville, Breonna Taylor, you know what I'm saying? And Sister Anita down there in Texas. I mean, people, you know, from what I've witnessed in the last 10 fucking years, man, is that this is having a snowball effect, you see? And I appreciate what them brothers did. And I appreciate what those brothers did there in Ferguson when Messy Jesse came out there and Al Sharpton, and they told him straight out, man, get your asses up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Get your asses up out of here because of that bullshit you selling, man.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Jay Militant came back in, you know, and I mean, man, something has got to be done. And then before I check out, gentlemen, I got to pass on down to you the shit that I've lived through, which I've been doing to the best of my ability. And if you find me wrong on something, please bring it to my attention. If we disagree, let us disagree agreeably because we are all we got.
Right.
And no, man, and that's for real, man, because we come from a great legacy. And who was that there, Brother Che, that old raggedy ass heifer gonna sit up there and say she thanks God for slavery because, you know, because if it weren't for slavery, she wouldn't be in the great United States.
She was a lieutenant governor. I don't know if she's still the lieutenant governor, but she was the lieutenant governor of Virginia.
Of Virginia, okay, and she said she thanks God for the slave trade is because if she was still over there in Africa, she would be sitting up there worshiping the tree. Well, goddamn it, a tree is to be worshipped is because a tree gives off oxygen.
Right.
It gives off oxygen. You know what I'm saying? And this is why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. You know what I'm saying?
This is why I say everybody don't need to be talking.
Right.
Because people open up their mouths to say stupid shit like that. Like, why wouldn't you yeah, I'm going to worship that tree. I'm trying to breathe.
Exactly. And then down there in the Amazon jungle, or the indigenous people down there in the Amazon jungle, they sit up there and say the savage is not the motherfucker that lives in the forest. The savage is the son of a bitch that comes down there and destroys it. You need the foliage for oxygen. You know what I'm saying? And then that damn governor down there, man, in Florida, man, disgusting. Each time I look at that punk, man, I want to vomit. You know what I'm saying? And then the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear. At least he's telling you how he honestly feels. You know what I'm saying? And Biden with his old senile ass, you know what I'm saying? I'll go vote for Biden. If you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black. Biden, go get your son off of dope, man. He needs his father. That's your last living child. He's on dope, man. You need to resign. Well, hold it. No, wait a minute. Because if he resigned, who become the president? Kamala? No, shit. Okay, Jay Militant. And also, too, sir, if you can elaborate, man, when Kamala was the district attorney of San Francisco County, man.
I'll be right back. Just continue talking.
Okay. All right. Okay, now Jay Militant, to the best of your knowledge, sir, if you could relate, when Kamala was the district attorney of San Francisco County, when they murdered Mario Woods, okay, she did not do anything to prosecute any of those cops that murdered Mario Woods, did she?
No, nothing. She ain't do nothing. She stood on the sideline and just let it go.
Oh man, damn, yeah.
You know, but and then turn around and want to arrest people for little baggies of weed and shit.
Yeah. And then when they passed the initiative in California to fully decriminalize it, man, those who were hit with felony convictions were supposed to have those convictions expunged from their record, and they were supposed to be released from prison. And even Mike Pence in a vice presidential debate, man, had said that there about Kamala Harris back in 2020. And then there was even a congresswoman from Hawaii that said that day about Kamala Harris, and she couldn't sit up there and say nothing. She just standing there with egg all over her face. You know what I mean? And then not to mention that Kamala, you know, she was fucking Willie Brown when he was the mayor of San Francisco. And that caused Mr. Mayor Willie Brown, you know, his wife filed a divorce against him for infidelity, and rightfully so. I mean, so what is up with these black ass politicians, man? They serving everybody.
Hold on, though, Shabaka. Hold on, though.
Yes, sir.
Although I don't agree how that went down, at least she was fucking with her brother.
At the time. Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. At the time.
As you say, I just want to make that perfectly clear.
Yes, sir. Well, actually,
it was a brother.
Well, actually, Jay Militant, that's the line we stole from old Tricky Dick, old Richard Nixon, man, when he was the president. And that's what old Tricky Dick would get up there and say. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make this perfectly clear. As
he did say that too.
no longer be your president. Gerald Ford will be taking over, and you don't have Richard Nixon to kick around anymore. That motherfucker. Shit, man. You know what I'm
big
saying?
Ass ears.
Yeah, you know, but old Tricky, man, but Tricky had game, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, the one man who was really a joke was his predecessor, Lyndon Johnson. Now, Lyndon Johnson, he came up there and said, if you go up here and confirm, what did he say, Brother Che? Okay, wait for Brother Che to come back.
I'm back, y'all.
Okay, now what was that there that Lyndon Johnson said, Brother Jay, is that if you convince the poorest white man that he's better than a nigga, that you would have these fools voting Democrat for the next 60 years?
Yeah, he said that, and then he also said the Civil Rights Act, and him signing the Civil Rights Act, he was going to have niggas, niggers, just to be exact, vote Democrat for the next 200 years.
And that was 60 years ago. Right. And then, of course, too, we got to pay homage to the memory of our powerful sister, the one and only Ms. Eartha Kitt, who had appeared at the White House luncheon. And then she had told Lady Bird Johnson, is that, well, what about the young black soldiers that are dying in Vietnam? You know, and old LBJ.
Right.
Looked at her insane, and then they tried to smear Eartha because she was the original Catwoman on the Batman series. Okay, and I used to look at it as a little kid in the late 1960s. Okay, it's because
I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, and then when I was coming up, man, you know, everything was changing, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm 6, 7 years old, man. All this hell no, we won't go. Black is beautiful, black power, and all that. And so, you know, and they wondered that I got issues and all this old type of shit. Hell, man, look what the hell I've been through. You know what I mean? And this is why. You know, I always put out there, man, you know, to all the street crews across the nations, man, we is all we got, black family, we is all we got, because that brother who you killing, man, you know what I'm saying, just might be the one to watch your back, man, when these dumpsters and Trumpsters activate.
Everything got distorted. Again, the Crows was originally supposed to be protecting the neighborhood against white supremacists.
Right.
Moms. Yes, Eartha Kitt, yes.
Eartha Kitt, correct. Oh, yes, there's Stevie Irvine. Pull her up. You know what I'm saying? And then also, too, she's very famous for making a record in the mid 1950s called Santa Baby. You know what I'm saying? And Miss Kitt, yeah, she was a singer. She was on the stage. She was a movie actress as well.
And she was very funny.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
She was very funny. I gotta say, because that shit be having me cracking up every time I watch this movie. Okay, we've all seen Boomerang, right?
Yep.
No, not me, not yet.
Oh, you haven't seen Boomerang, Chewbacca?
No, sir, not yet.
Oh, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. She's in that movie.
Yes.
Okay, wait a minute. Whoa. Is that the one where Robin Givens was in it and then Grace Jones was in it?
Yeah, that's the one.
Eddie Murphy. And wait a minute. And Eartha Kitt was Lady Eloise that owned the cosmetics.
Yeah, Lady Eloise. Yep.
Yeah, I did.
Yep, and she was hitting on Marcus, and she kept hitting with that Marcus.
Oh yeah. Who was Eddie Murphy? And then she made that scene there and told him that she ain't got no panties on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And she hit him with that. She hit him with that Catwoman growl.
Oh yeah. Well, she always used to say perfect. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Remember her that? Yeah, because I used to watch the Batman series as a kid. You know what I'm saying? But you know, when you little, man, you don't know no better, man. You know what I mean? And what have you. But then also too, getting on to Bill Cosby a little bit, Jay Militant. As you know, Bill Cosby was the first black male to star in a television series called I Spy. Him and another dude, him and another dude named Robert Culp. And then Bill Cosby made a mistake thinking that he was going to buy NBC. You saw what they did to Bill Cosby.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Also, too, I remember this as well, too, on the 405 freeway, okay, which will take you up there by the Sunset Strip, where his son was murdered by a white supremacist. Yeah, his only son. Yeah, his only son. You know what I mean?
As a matter of fact, just to throw a little bit of more information on what you said about the NBC thing.
Yes, sir.
So you remember when Cosby had brought back his show, but it was just called Cosby, and it was just him and Claire, but it wasn't Heathcliff and Claire Huxtable. It was two different characters.
Okay, wait a minute. Because I remember he did have a TV series, man, where he was the basketball coach. I remember that one.
Yeah, this one, he wasn't a basketball coach. He was like a handyman or something. As a matter of fact, Flex was on that show too, and it came on CBS.
Okay, wait a
Okay.
minute, man. Let me go through my mental files of what's left of my mind. Okay, vaguely I remember something like that, Jay Militant. Please enlighten us.
Okay, so this show, it wasn't called the Cosby Show. It was just called Cosby. They completely flipped it around into something else,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So it came on CBS. Now the reason why it came on CBS, and this is why Cosby should have known that they weren't going to mess with him, is because he wanted to put that show. He wanted to go back to NBC and do another show.
Right.
On NBC. He wanted to bring back Cosby Show on NBC.
Okay.
NBC was not messing with him.
Interesting.
Urbasol was not messing with him.
Interesting. Very
So
interesting.
that's why the show ended up on CBS and in a whole different format than what it was originally intended to be.
Okay.
Because
wait,
what they
was
was
it
originally going to do was they was going to extend what the original Cosby Show was, but they was just going to be in an adult form, but it would just focus on Claire and Heathcliff because all the kids have graduated and moved out now. So now they're just going to focus on those two. That's why the Cosby, the show Cosby was just focused on them and what they had going around.
Okay. And didn't he also create a different world too?
Yep. Yep, that was his show too.
Okay, now do you remember the very, very last episode of A Different World?
Yep.
With Sister Soldier on it. And Sister Soldier, ma'am, if you're out there, we would love to have you, on our platform, ma'am. So if you come across this, please get with us, ma'am. Very, very intelligent, very educated sister. And I do recall is that Sister Soldier was on the Phil Donahue and she owned Sharon Pratt Catley. She owned Cornell West. She owned Tony Brown. You know what I'm saying? And Sister Soldier there had on her turtleneck and her black leather piece. And we're not going to talk about the black leather piece. Now, here's one for you, too, that y'all going to love, too. Okay, is that Dr. Newton went to CBS, and he went there and told the producers of that. He says, "Hey man, we tired of that damn J.J. Walker with that kid dynamite and that buffoonery shit." You know what I mean? And that's one of the reasons why John Amos left the show too, is because, as you know, John Amos had played in Roots. Okay, now the thing is about Roots, they said that Alex Haley had plagiarized Roots, but still the storyline, as much as I could tolerate it, you know what I'm saying, particularly the scene where they was beating him and made him say his name was Toby. I take my ass up there to Reno, Nevada there, Jay Militant, and I had me a couple of drinks, man, and and I'm playing the slot machine. So this white dude is gonna come up to me, man, and talk to me about indentured servants and all this old shit. And I'm like, look, dude, I says, look, homie, I appreciate what you're saying, man. You have a nice night, because I was not gonna sit up there, man, and tolerate that shit because, well, the Irish were indentured service. Okay, now riddle me this here, Mr. Irish, man. Why do you have so many black folks with the slave names of McDaniels, McWilliams, McDonald, Shaughnessy, Hogan, Logan, O'Neill? Riddle me that.
Yo, there was so much of slaves and indentured service and all that they always tend to forget about the Black Irish.
Right.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. The Twa. I heard about that. Okay, our man here, Stevie Irvine, says he met John Amos in person in East Orange, New Jersey. Okay, all righty. Okay, I would love to meet Mr. Amos, and Mr. Amos.
He was here last year in Denver. I didn't get a chance to meet him though, but he did come out to Denver last year.
Okay, well, Mr. Amos, if you're able to get in touch with us, brother, if you see us, man, please give us a call, man, on our platform, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, Front Line Blacc News. We very, very much, we're to have you drop knowledge and what have you. And I really did appreciate, the powerful black male image that you did portray on Good Times. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Everybody dug James Evans. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely. Now, then, you had another show, another Norman Lear production called The Jeffersons with George Jefferson and Isabel Sanford, you know, who played his wife, Wheezy as he called her, a modern era barbershop on Halstead Street in East Orange. Okay. All righty. And Mr. Irvine, okay, is that it was something about that show on there. Now, here was one that was really heavy, you guys. They showed the episode, okay, when George Jefferson and Louise, you know, were living in the ghetto in Harlem, and he was just starting to put together his own Jefferson Cleaners, okay. So then what had happened was the date was April 4th, 1968. Okay.
Day that
All
MLK
right.
was assassinated.
Yeah. And they showed in the show that how George was struggling and what have you, of how George got highly upset and he was mad as hell. The black militants, they went on a rampage all across the fucking nation. They
Burn,
went
baby,
on
burn.
a fucking
Burn,
yeah.
baby, burn.
That was 1965. Yeah, that was the Watts Riot. 1965 was burned.
Those that lived during that were Black Panthers that were living that life was burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, that was the battle cry, and there was a DJ on a radio station called KGFJ by the name of Montague, and when he was playing all the Motown hits like "Dancing in the Street," you know, "Wild One," what was the other big hit, man, by Martha Reeves and the Vandellas? Okay, well, man, boy, this is what happens when you get old, can't remember shit. Okay, but anyway, okay. And that but Montague used to say "Burn, baby, burn" every time, you know, that he'll play a record, you know, by one of
You
the
said
Motown.
you said as a kid you see on the news. What was the two things you seen on the news?
Okay, when the day that Dr. King got assassinated, okay. When the Democratic National Convention in Chicago had a riot where they whooped the shit out of Dan Rather. Okay, they whooped his ass. Oh, did they whoop his ass? You know, also too, when I was living in Los Angeles at the time when Robert Kennedy got assassinated. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot, which was 2 months after Dr. King had got assassinated. Then, of course, the Panther 21 trial had went down, and a lot of them.
That's correct. He was born in Brick City.
Yeah, so he's 84 now. Okay, so John Allen Amos Jr., December 27th, 1939. Okay, all righty. Okay, so then too, man, is that another thing that I remember.
Okay, he ain't told told me. So he said he said it was two things. It was the Vietnam War.
Yeah, the war in Vietnam was going on. Yeah. And the Black Panthers. Oh yeah, and I remember when we was watching cartoons on TV in 1967 in April. Mama had came home and says, "Turn off the TV, turn on the news." And well, we don't want to watch the news. We want to look at cartoon. She says, "Bullshit! Turn on the fucking news." It's because the heavyweight champ just refused.
That sounds so familiar.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and he had just turned on. He had just refused induction into the U.S. military, and then that is when Mr. Ali had got up there and said, "You my opposer when I want justice. You my enemy. The Viet Cong ain't never killed our people and raped our women," and he had went off. And then you get all these people who had inboxed me with all they hate me. Oh, Muhammad Ali was a coward because he didn't go to the war in Vietnam. And in my Tony Montana voice, "Hey, amigo, you go get off in the ring with him. You'll see who the coward is."
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then I got suspended. What was that, Brother Jake? 30 days, man. I'll go with them crackers behind Ali, so I don't entertain that no more, you know, because I think I'm on the verge.
I don't like to tell it, but he was in the boxing game real heavy, Jay Millie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And you know, and I know a few people, you know, off in it. You know, I'm not gonna say their names, you know what I'm saying, and what have you. But man, I tell you one damn thing, though, man, when Muhammad Ali fought on TV, the streets was vacant. Okay. Yeah, the streets was vacant. Everybody was watching the fight. Now,
Yes, I know Ice-T. I did. I think we all did know that. But let's see.
Yeah, did you know that Ice-T was born in Newark? I thought Ice-T, man,
Oh
was
yeah,
born.
I did.
Okay, but I know he grew up in Los Angeles because he used to go to Crenshaw High School.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he was born in Jersey. He was born in Jersey and then ended up moving to LA like his early preteen years.
Yeah, right. Okay, because you had a lot of black folk that moved out there, to LA and what have you, and then too. And the thing is, though, about Los Angeles is that when you look at this brother by the name of Paul Williams, who was a master architect, a USC graduate in architecture, the man was brilliant. He designed, various buildings out there at LAX. He designed homes for Frank Sinatra and Lucille Ball, but he could not go into those neighborhoods. Ain't that a bitch? You know what I'm
Not
saying?
going to those neighborhoods unless you was there for business. You was to help.
Exactly, and the LAPD would, jam you up if you was up there in them neighborhoods, and like you said, you better have been some of the help, or you better have known somebody up there, And then too, and Eartha Kitt, she had broke down a lot of the racial barriers as well too. Now
Yep,
another
and
brother.
Cicely Tyson.
Oh yes, sir. She was married to Miles Davis, and then keep in mind now another black actor and actress couple who I have the utmost respect for, the one and only Ms. Ozzie Davis and Ruby Dee. Everybody saw American Gangster. Everybody saw American Gangster with Denzel, and it was Ruby Dee who played his mother. When she says, "Don't you lie to me," you know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
Ruby D was the truth though. Ruby D the truth though.
Yes, she was. And then keep in mind, you never saw Miss D up there like Dorothy Dandridge, exposing herself and stuff like that.
One of
Ruby
my
D
homies
had,
is related to her.
oh, okay, yeah. And Miss D, she had always, had played positive black woman roles. You see, and then of course you do know that Ozzie Davis and Ruby D were both cremated on their transition, and they put both their ashes in the same urn, and then on the outside of the box that I saw, it says, "We're in this together." Now
That's
that's
dope.
deep. Yeah, it is. You know what I'm saying? And then also too, these other groups, man, and as you say, brother Jay, these migrants, as Dr. Claude Anderson said,
Illegal immigrants, these goddamn aliens, these invaders.
yeah, and they're gonna be coming after us. And so we are all we got, black family. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we are all we got. You know what I mean? It's because when it comes down to it, it's gonna be everybody against us. And that's real walkie-talkie right there.
Khalid, Muhammad embodied all of that.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
It was more Khalid during that time, and if Khalid would have got the respect he deserved at that time, we would not even be having this discussion right now. We would have been unhad what we already needed.
Right.
And this is what we say about those in your generation, Shabaka, unfortunately.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this though.
For their prodigy, they were too busy partying and getting interracial sexual access and integration, the illusion of inclusion.
Yeah, exactly.
God with the benefits. No, that's what they taught us. But they didn't teach us to create our own jobs. They didn't teach us to be self-sufficient.
Right.
The vast majority of us were not taught that. The select few like me, you, and Jay were taught that because our family is literally Black Panthers and Garveyites. So,
yeah, and like I said, and I grew up in the era, man. You know what I'm saying? And the very first time, man, I saw
all this.
yes, sir. And the very first time
reading about when we were kids.
Yes, sir. And then also too, the very first time I saw Oakland, California, I was 13 years old, I believe. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't know, man, that
They were
this is
still black.
where. Yes, sir. And I didn't know, man, that
It definitely is. It's a clear distinction between San Francisco and Oakland.
Oh,
Very
yes, sir.
Oh yeah, it is.
That's
Straight
bay
up.
and that bridge that you got to cross to get over that motherfucker.
Yeah, it's only 8 miles apart. You know.
Distance.
And then I
Yeah.
never forget that a good friend of mine
Between
to
the
this
two.
day, who I've been known for 50 years, him and I got into this huge debate when we was youngsters, because he had stated that the Black Panthers originated in Oakland. I says no, they originated in Chicago. But unbeknownst to me, is that they were having chapters.
Because
Yeah,
it
they
was
were.
Kwame Ture that
Yeah.
had formed his own shit in Alabama.
Okay, when Kwame Ture did SNCC, the Student Non-Violating Coordinating
Yeah,
Committee.
so after he left SNCC, he created the Panther. They had a Panther party there.
Right. In
That
Lawrence
was
County.
in the late 50s, early 60s. Yeah.
Right, when you had the Deacons of Defense and then Newton. No, wait a minute. It was either Newton or Seal that had went down there and saw that picture and did.
It was
Yeah, I
Seal.
think it was Seal. And he went down and he got back with Huey and he said, hey, man, I know just the thing we're going to call ourselves. And there it is, the Black Panther. You know
And
what
by
I'm
the way,
saying?
fuck
He
Elvis.
was on the cracker.
He used to beat up women and attack children. Like, he was a bad dude. Like, he
Yeah.
gets no love. So TBA, you really need to take that
But
cover off.
but hey, I want to state this. I want to be as open and honest with the people as I possibly can
You
be.
on a Black first platform. Say
Right.
whatever. Within, reason, because they watching all this shit until we have our own nigga tube. They watching all of this shit.
Hey, I like that name.
Nigga too.
Nigga too.
But like I said, though, gentlemen, out there was a hell of a time. And give what Chairman Sekou on out there, Brother Che, because, Chairman.
Believe I do every
Yeah,
time
because.
I go visit him, because it's definitely an encyclopedia. It's like my grandfather, like the whole encyclopedia of knowledge just gone. He had so much history, and he was 10 years older than Shabaka.
Right.
Years older.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Because that was
20 years that he did some faulty shit.
But let's be clear one time though.
Yeah.
When talking about Khalid,
yeah,
he was assassinated, people.
Yeah, that's what
he was assassinated by his own. He was assassinated by the people that kicked him out. He went through the same. You see, you know how they say history repeats itself?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that's exactly what did. Louis Farrakhan already admitted on national TV that he had something to do with Malcolm.
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Malcolm was getting too powerful, and he was that he was next second in command after Elijah. Like,
yep.
So
exactly.
he got to take him out, and he gonna have his own people take him out.
Right. And so Khalid, he was assassinated, and the way that they did it was food poisoning.
They food poisoning. So we just had our.
You know what I'm saying? And the person that was behind it, the person was that was behind it. Now you ain't got to take my word for it, people. All you got to do is listen to the man that was up under Khalid every single day. And I'm talking about the attorney, Malik Zulu Shabazz.
Oh, Zulu.
Right.
Malik. Yeah, he was under him. That's true. That's true.
You know what I'm saying? He spoke about that. He spoke about that. You know what I'm saying? So we have to be, we have to have an understanding. We have to have an overstanding and an understanding about what is really going on. The people that you is praising is the people that is causing the destruction, people.
Yep. Especially the Democrats.
Okay, Jay Militant, drop knowledge, man.
Shields that look like me or you. They're talking about representation matters. Fuck is representation if it don't represent your interests?
Exactly.
We gotta the people our people gotta put the candidate in. And that's what we attempted here in Denver, and they put $15 million to say, no, nigga, no. We're going to put 20 motherfuckers against you, and it's going to be 2 white people that end up in the runoff.
Right, but brother Che, like I told you, man, you're already making a name for yourself on that, man, and your grassroots campaign, Black First Agenda. But what it is, though, Black family, with us being such a dynamic people, okay, when we go against each other, then our opposition sits up there and looks for opportunity, to come against us. You see, they did it in Africa. You see what I'm saying? With
Kenyatta said that they had came with the Bible and they told them to close their eyes.
Right.
And when they opened their eyes, they had the Bible.
And the European had the land.
So it had the land.
Yeah, Desmond Tutu has said that as well, too.
Who?
Desmond Tutu.
Oh, Desmond Tutu. Yeah, I heard some real faulty shit about him. But
But the cat, who I really dug.
See, Desmond would be what we consider a tether now, Shabaki.
Right. But the cat who I dug, man, who had passed on, man, and he got up in age, he lived to be 95, and he was a freedom fighter. And that was the one and only Mr. Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe.
Oh, yeah, salute to him.
Yeah, Mugabe was heavy.
Gives him a possibility. At least it's not one country.
And
no countries offering dual citizenship, Shabaki. So,
yeah, I know that's sad. So we need to work on that.
Here, why this is kept, Black family outside of here? There is no civil rights movement. There is no human rights movement.
Yeah, that part. You know what I'm saying? So that there is probably an assignment for your gentlemen after my transition. But one thing I distinctly remembered about Robert Mugabe, when he became the president of Zimbabwe, first place when they changed the name back to Zimbabwe, which was the original name, right? Okay, so therefore, after Cecil Rhodes, the Rhodes Scholar, who they named it after, that bastard is why they called it.
He killed millions of Black people.
Oh, yes, sir. So what Mr. Mugabe did is that when he came to power, right, before AIDS had started catching up to him, right, is that he says that the LGBT, wanted to have a book fair there in Harare, which was the capital of Zimbabwe.
No, that ain't going down.
Yeah, now hold on. Now check this out, you guys. Okay, this is in the 1990s. Okay, so Mugabe said, okay, you guys want to have a book fair here in Harare? Okay, you're great. Welcome. But then they said, well, we're going to have the gay pride flag right there. He says, wait a minute, you all going to have what? And they repeat to him, he said, oh, hell no, get the fuck up out of there. Go take that shit to Europe. Go take it to New York City. You know what I'm saying? Because we place great emphasis on procreation right here. That only happens between man and woman. You see, but then, and then what happens is Barack Obama comes here. Oh, everybody, Barack Obama. And like I told you, Brother Che, I was in your Denver, Colorado when he gave his acceptance speech talking about change we could believe in. Okay. So he gets elected. All right. And then, they go out there and showing Black people crying, oh, he's the president of the United States.
They had the whole city on lockdown, y'all. The whole city was locked down.
Yeah, Denver was, man.
Downtown, it was just straight up lockdown. Like
it was a mess. It was a mess because I arrived in Denver that day, man. It was all traffic jammed. Dudes with sunglasses and suits on and all that. And these were some soldiers.
You used to be able to drive through the town in like 10 minutes.
Exactly. You see, so Barack comes up there, change that we can believe in, right? Okay, so therefore he gets elected. They show all these Black folks crying, man, in Chicago. Barack became the president.
I remember seeing it on CNN, Network.
Yes, sir. And then what started happening under the Barack Obama? The police killings. The first one. Eric Garner.
We was at a bar or something downtown on the 16th Street Mall. I can't remember the name.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the 16th Street Mall. Yeah.
They tore that shit down. Remember the old McDonald's that used to be on Cleveland? They tore all that shit down. Like it's all abandoned up.
No, damn.
Boarded up the Denver Post building. That's all boarded up too. Like,
damn, I used to read the Denver Post, man.
in 2020, we had a gang of abandoned buildings. We was protesting hard. I think we came in second behind Portland.
Damn.
Yeah, it was like that. And me and like do all of that shit.
Yeah, and then too, brother Chaz, you remember, man, when this pandemic hit.
Oh, we had
you
called
and
it on the Mile High News.
Yeah.
We called it in 19 because it was at first when that shit hit, it was just hitting them. So
exactly.
Like, is this a nigga immune disease? Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
As soon as we said that, Hank Aaron passed.
Yeah, you know what he should after he took the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, careful with that word, Shabaki.
Oh yeah, facts.
Twice behind that shit, so we're just gonna refer to it as the jabby jab or the pandemic.
Okay, yeah. So therefore, Mr. YouTube, we gotta kiss your ass. We didn't mean that over there in San
We have YouTube. I mean, what do we have? I don't think enough of us is over at Rumble.
Yeah.
I don't think they control that. I don't think that's Black control. I don't think we control Rumble.
Yeah, so, no, we don't control nothing in social media yet, brother Jay.
Of that caliber for us, strictly for us, like 6zeros.net, like strictly for us. Like we're gonna get you and all of that, strictly for us.
Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir.
Like right there, like before you accept that invite, you're gonna get G-checked on if you are Black or not, especially if you're foundational Black American or not.
Right.
Like, especially if you're not uncoonified or not.
Right. Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is too, man, is that they definitely are pushing this coonery, man. You know what I mean? Because
they spend billions of dollars on this fucking. That's why
they do.
We gotta do
they do.
Tax show, the black tax. You said what that? What is this talking about? The black tax. How much does it cost to keep us in this current condition? Because we weren't always in this condition, but this current condition in 2024.
Yeah.
Based off the Galilean calendar, because under our shit, it's something completely different than this. But under the Galilean calendar, it's 2024.
Right.
It costs money to keep us in this situation. Billions, if not trillions of dollars. The same billions and trillions of dollars. I keep saying they can't pay us, but yet they put out trillions behind that scandemic pandemic. Yet they pulling out billions behind these migrants, these invaders.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Is fucking invaders. And then old Fauci, they bringing him up on
jail. They need to lock his ass up.
I think he's on his way, man. Is because I came across, man, some unconfirmed reports, man. Why you ain't been seeing dude too much, man.
Thank y'all for staying up late with us. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's 1:44 right here where I'm at. So yes, it's 3 where you at. Is going on 1 where Jay Militant is going on 2
where Stevie's at.
Yeah, and it's sunrise over there where Stevie Irvine is at.
But we don't embrace that. We embrace the Khalid.
Exactly.
That revolutionary spirit.
Exactly.
That undying love for your people.
Exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that.
That you had an aneurysm. We were told he had an aneurysm. He passed.
Yep.
But we already know they killed him. But see, that's why we're doing things different now, Spike.
Okay. All right. Okay.
The code, the compensatory code.
Yes, sir.
Ellie Fuller Jr. and Dr. Fresh Wilson.
Yes, yeah, and Dr. Francis, man, she rest in powers because she had wrote in 1973 of what they was going to do with this certain agenda,
and it was like what?
Yeah, and it came to pass, people.
And we're seeing all of that and then some. She said that we was gonna go out of sagging.
Yeah.
And go to wearing a dress, and now everywhere we look now. They got a high-profile Black man in a dress.
Yeah, man, what be with that? You know what I'm saying?
But see,
deal
what
with that?
it's an agenda. It's an agenda, Shibaki. It's a goddamn agenda. It's called the gay agenda, the gay manifesto, and they wrote it back in 1973. Y'all can check it on the first 2 seasons of the Revolutionary Agenda. It goes more in depth than what we do here on Front Line Blacc News. But
yes, sir.
We had
And
the whole thing on the air, and it's a full-blown agenda that these Democrats is pushing.
Yeah.
It's them that's pushing that shit. The Republicans, they're not pushing it like the Democrats at all.
No, the Republicans, they pushing whites, racist white supremacy.
They're all pushing that. They all pushing that. Even the independent parties are pushing that.
Oh yeah, you know.
I told my party I've been a member of the Unity Party, which is a minor legitimate party in the state of Colorado, for 4 years now. I'm the junior chairman for the state, and I get to vote in the national. So I'm a national rep as well.
Okay, we'll try to get out here on this ballot in Nevada, man, so I can vote for you.
We have to pull teeth and had the most trouble with the black member who was fighting us on the reparations, and Lady Che was trying to calm me down because I was going in on them. I was like, what the fuck? You talking about freedom for Ukraine, but you don't want to give us our due?
Exactly.
Be different from the rest.
Right. And they pouring billions and billions in
sideways. And now they got white on white shit going on, which is kind of comical to me and Lady Che. It's some little distinction going on within the organization because these crackers want to leave. This mug, the founder, if you will, Bill Hammonds, he want to leave, talking about he going back to the Democrats. He left, he left right in the start of COVID, right? So this mug gonna come back toward the end of the scandemic plandemic, and he talking about he's back and he want to run shit, and it's like, no, we have changed whole leadership since you left. Because he just up and left us like, I'm out, y'all. I'm in Europe somewhere. Good luck. So now he tried to come back and start his own little shit. So now it's a discrepancy going on within the Unity Party.
Oh, man.
Racism, white supremacy, the Green Party, the Libertarian Party.
Yeah. And we got to show ourselves up against that, and this is why we need this economical base.
Not the Mahali Party, though. We do have our own party. So, like, when Mother's talking about we need our own party, we already have that. And the new African Republic is basically a whole black country.
Right.
South.
Yeah, and definitely get with Sheikh Imam Akbar on that, and Black Lightning on that, and Dr. Truth Bay on that. You know what I'm saying?
It's called the Mahali Party. You can find it on KCZM TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now let me ask you all this.
Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia.
Okay. All righty. Yeah, our stronghold. Now let me ask you this, anybody. I can't say when.
MAHALI. Mahali Party.
Okay. Now let me ask you.
Going down, think about freaking time. It's a damn shame it took 20 years for this shit to happen. But either way, he tried to get involved in that shit too. Real heavy.
Okay, should I take a trip to Los Angeles back to TMZ, brother?
He tried to start his own party. That's what I was going. It's called the Black American Party.
Oh, okay. BAP. Okay.
Yeah.
Should I take a trip back to TMZ and Hollywood Boulevard, brother Che?
Fuck no. Fuck TMZ. That's the feds, like I said.
Yeah, you did tell me that. Yeah.
How are they getting that footage, guys? How are they knowing when they coming out or whatever?
Oh, yeah, they be getting the footage hella fast.
Yeah.
They be having it before anybody else. Like, wait, hold on for a second. Hold on. This shit looking way too suspicious.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So let me stay the farther fuck away from Hollywood then, yeah, because I went up there and did what I said I was gonna do. Jay Militant, I don't know.
He did
Yeah,
all live on.
yeah. I did it live from Hollywood Boulevard, Jay Militant, and and I went up there and I crumb bomb on the Academy Awards, man. I crumb bomb how they stole a lot of black talent. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to get to that. So why Angela Bassett got to kiss a woman to get her award?
Oh no, man, they ain't doing that to
I heard something
Angela.
about
Come
that.
on, man. She's one of my favorite actresses. She's played Betty Shabazz. She did Tina Turner, you know what I'm saying? And she's married to the brother Courtney Vance, you know what I mean? And yeah, and she deserved an Oscar where she played the Queen Mother in Wakanda Forever. And they killed her part off, and then to find out is that they didn't tell Angela Bassett until the last minute that they were going to kill off the Queen Mother.
Yeah, that
Ain't
sounds
that
like
a bitch?
that definitely sounds like Marvel.
Yeah,
bullshit.
And yeah, it is. And then you remember at the end of the first Black Panther, man, where Killmonger had told King T'Challa, he says, "Look, man, I'll take death, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I ain't gonna spend."
And that's what FBA represents. He
Yeah.
represented FBA.
Yeah, and then he had also had made reference to the brothers from Nigeria or out of the Nigerian region who had backed themselves off into the water off the coast of the Atlantic, man, because they realized they couldn't get home because they didn't have damn airplanes back then. They didn't even have the space shuttle back then. So once they landed on these shores, man, off that slave ship, they said, no, they backing themselves into the water because they much rather be dead than be a slave.
Right.
Yeah, you see, this is the part they don't want our youth to know about. You know what I'm saying? But they damn sure gonna have some motherfucker up there, man. You know they want to put up there, man, wearing.
I would
Yeah.
definitely hope. So you said, okay, my brothers, it's been an honor, but I gotta go to bed.
I salute my brothers. I'm going to check you check out your YouTube channel. Yeah, do that there, brother. Yeah, you probably seeing the sunrise over there right now. Over there, he's off in the East Coast. Jay Militant.
Oh my God, what is
Oh yeah, you seeing the sun right now.
Yeah, and then wish the brother well, and wish the
Well,
brother
that's
well
if
too.
that's if he's not getting hit by that blizzard.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Wish him well, man, because they having an Arctic blast, man, for real. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, he in North Carolina. Yeah, they definitely catching it.
Yeah, he's in North Carolina. Yeah, that's what they say, Jay Militant. He in North Carolina.
Before we go, I
Yeah.
just want to say this real quick before I forget.
Yeah.
The stars are bright. Some.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
Goodbye, the cowgirls.
Oh, damn. Hell with the Cowgirls.
I'm glad they lost.
They
man.
lost.
Yeah.
They got the ass whooped. They lucky they tried
Yeah,
to
that's what I heard. So,
come back in the second half.
okay, so they lost to the Cheeseheads, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, well, we got to give Outlaw Radio their props the next time they come on.
Yeah, you know
what I'm
Kevin
saying?
be happy about this.
Oh, yeah.
Man,
So
they lost to the other brother. They lost to the other. See, and they didn't even highlight that. They didn't highlight that it was two black quarterbacks playing today.
No, they didn't. They sure didn't.
No, they sure didn't. Okay, well, like we said before on one podcast we did a while back, man, we need to control our own professional sports teams because with the talent level, yes, sir,
Everything.
yes, sir, and we need
everything.
Yes, sir. And then I do believe that there's you got the Tyler Perry Studios down there in Atlanta, but I do believe that there's a black production company called Nollywood over in Nigeria.
Yeah,
but
now, have you ever seen a Nollywood movie?
No, I haven't. Enlighten me.
Mighty fucked up.
In other words, they got it together with shoestrings and bubble gum, huh? And rubber bands. Okay. Well, we wish them well because Hollywood, man, started with the silent film era. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you had that racist ass bastard.
Nickelodeon reel about us eating watermelon. We love watermelon so much.
Yeah, that was D.W. Griffith. Yeah. That racist
That was
bastard.
D.W. Griffin and Edison. and
Oh,
fucking
okay.
Walt Disney.
Right, yeah, because that's about the time that all of them came together there. Because let me see, because Walt Disney invented Mickey Mouse, that was 1927. So that there is the silent film era. The what they call the talkies didn't start until this dude by the name of Al Jolson made a film called The Jazz Singer. Now,
Yeah, the jazz singer. Yep,
yeah,
that's what
that
I
was
heard.
the first talkie. Now, what had happened was you had Oscar Mashore, who was a movie maker down there
Yeah,
at
shout
that
out to
time.
Oscar Shore
Yes,
and
sir.
Brief Man for pointing that out to us.
Yes, sir. And then Oscar Mashore had revolutionized, the moving scenes, or action scenes. And Warner Brothers and all the motherfuckers down there, they stole his ideas. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying, and I don't mind the rappers making their money. I don't mind the black actresses and what have you making the money. But, they turn the black actresses into ghetto gaggers and what have you, as you enlightened me on that, Brother Che, for their quote unquote audition. And that's why that bastard Harvey Weinstein, I hope his ass rots in jail because he violated a lot of our sisters like that and
Yeah,
what have you.
and
You
we were
see,
talking about list too, and it's another
yeah,
list on top of it. It's like 900 pages.
yeah, you
I
see.
read all that shit. So yeah.
Yeah. So you got some freaky shit that happens on down
Oh
in,
yeah,
in Angel
this
County.
Faison just spilled the beans on some more shit.
Oh, Faison, yeah, he's one of my favorite comedians, man. What's Faison talking about?
I didn't get to listen to it, Shabaka. I just finished up TBA and I was
Okay, all right, okay, Brother Che, we could put it on the agenda, man. You know what I'm saying? Because we are putting in a lot of work. So what I'm gonna do, man, I'm gonna sign off here from
yeah.
Sin City.
This long.
Okay,
Give your
okay, and
final words.
huh?
Give your final closing.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah. So keep up the great work, Black family. We need more in 2024. It's going to be rough. It's going to be bad, but we got to keep our solidarity. And Black family, if we disagree, please let us disagree agreeably. Remember Khalid. Remember Malcolm. Remember Garvey. Remember Ali. You know what I'm saying? And remember, Lil Bobby Hutton. You know what I'm saying? Okay, everybody should know that. And I know, Jay Militant, you know the story of little Bobby Hutton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes, I
you
do.
know them. Yes, sir. And then also too, if you all are ever up there in Oakland, definitely go over there off of Mandela Parkway and 9th Street or Huey P. Newton Street, and pay tribute to the brothers' statue that they got up there. Everybody said Huey had personal issues, which he did. Dr. King had personal issues, which he did. Malcolm had personal issues, which he did. But this still does not take away their contribution to our history. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Yeah, you see. And then, Black family, all I ask is if we're going to disagree, please let us disagree agreeably.
Right. All
And
right,
that's it.
Shabaka.
All right, man. So I'm getting ready to go up here, man, and go to sleep under these Vegas lights, man. Okay, this is Shabaka Sankour signing off, man, from Sin City. Come on, 7-Eleven. I'm out.
All right.
All right. Okay. Uh-huh.
All right, y'all. So I'm just gonna close it here. So what's your closing, Jay?
Well, I'm gonna say this to the Black family out there. If there ever was a time, and I know we've said this 1,000 times, but if there ever was a time, the time is now.
Right. Right now.
Because there's something shaking right now, and this shit's about to pop off. And we're not playing the hold your hand treatment no more.
Oh yeah. No kumbaya here.
Them days is over.
Right.
If you is not ready to lay down
Make the ultimate
for your
sacrifice.
life, for the betterment of your people, and this is what Khalid was teaching us,
Yep.
then you just step over there, you stay in your little church,
Yeah.
and you keep giving your 10% to something that's never going to happen.
Yep.
But to the ones that's out there putting in the work, putting in the time, keep pushing, keep grinding, don't stop, because we're all in this together. Because we all we got. I don't care who you might be cool with. We all we got at the end of the day. We can never lose sight of that. We getting on a code. We're done with that old shit. We're done with that old shit. That old shit is just for history and knowledge.
That's it.
But today, we're doing something about it.
Right.
So make sure you guys tap in every weekend. Make sure you tap in to my show, What's Cracking TV at J Militant. Make sure you tap into Shabaka's Black Experience. Make sure you tap into all these Black platforms. Because you're going to get something different from each one of us. We are pieces to the puzzle that we are putting together. And you could do your part too.
Right.
Just take the information down, apply it to your life, and I guarantee you, you will feel better about not only yourself, but you will feel better about everybody else, because we are finally living that Black dream.
Well, we got to make it a reality. So yeah, appreciate you coming on, Jay. Every time, cuz. Lady Chase says hi.
Oh, what's up, sis?
So thank y'all for tuning in to this episode of Front Line Blacc News, Season 3, Episode 41, Part 2. We'll be back tomorrow or later on today with a Part 3. There's just been so much Black family to keep up with. So make sure y'all stay tuned for that. In the meantime, make sure you sub up to all of our platforms. Frontline Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on YouTube and Facebook, or YouTube and Twitter, now X, and What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant, Liberated Minded Media. We got a slew of camps we're linked in with. That's all Black first. So tap in, Rob. Black Light Revelations. Definitely, if y'all tune into the Frontline Blacc News, you're gonna get a dose of that truth, and it's gonna be raw and uncut, no chaser, and it's gonna be beneficial to you and yours if you're Black, because we're Black first over here. We're very unapologetically about it. So you come over here, just know that. ain't no kumbaya, ain't no can we all get along over here. No, it's cut the goddamn check, pay what the fuck you owe, come correct, and stop playing with us. So we're gonna let it see known in 2024 what it is, and I hope both parties collapse. It'd be nice to see a third party candidate though, but Cornell ain't it. He's too off code. He's off code. We gotta have a codified, on code individual in those seats of power if we're gonna change anything on that level. So keep on pushing, like Jay said. Keep grinding. Keep being Black and dangerous, as Lady Che always says. And keep your heads on a swivel and never let a sucker knock you off your square, to quote Jay Millie. So yeah, peace, love, light, reparations and separations, and Black empowerment. We'll see y'all later. Peace.
Peace.
And Black power.